Hello guys, welcome to this tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to make a complete school website using React.js. Okay, so this is a demo of what we are going to be building in this project. Okay, you can see the navbar. When I scroll down a little, you see it has a background. This is to enable the text, the nav links to properly show on the page. So we have the hero section. These are the buttons, like the courses in this project. So if we scroll down a little bit, you see the courses. So when you hover over these cards, you see the title pops up. All right, and you can see it's animated. So we can go over to the next section. This is the about us section. So under this about us section, you can see the animation over here. When I click on this video, you see a background video starts. A video starts to play automatically, and it can play to the end. Now if I click on the video, it will pause. If I click on it, it will start playing again. Now if you look at the screen very well, you discover that there's no close button. Now the reason is because you don't need a close button. We just need to click on this dark on the background. Once the background is being clicked like this, it will close it. I can click here to open it, click on the background to get it closed. Okay, so move over to the next section, to the campus pictures. So you can see these are the campus pictures, but if you want to see more of the pictures, you can just click on this place, and these are the pictures that we have. If you look at here, we don't have any preview button, but if I click on the next button, the next picture appears, then the previous button appears. Alright, so we can click to the next one, click to the next one, click to the next one, click to the next one. We can go back, we can go forward. Now if I get to the last picture, the next button disappears because there are no more pictures to display. So that is that for this. Okay, so in this we decided to put up a button here where you can close the preview. Okay, so you can just go straight here and click and get that closed. So we have this other section. So I'm gonna be showing you how we can be able to have this kind of slanted background, whatever it's being called. All right, so over to the testimonial section. So here we have this testimonial section, and the testimonial section is autoplay. All right, you can see it is autoplay. I'm not clicking on anything. It will keep playing or sliding. You can see the indicator. So this is the last slide, and let's see what happens after the last slide. Okay, so it returns to the first one. All right, so you can click the next button, or you can click the preview button. And another cool feature here what we implemented also is that when you drop your cursor on mouse enter, when you drop your cursor anywhere in the testimonial section, the autoplay stops. All right, this is to enable the user to read whatever that is on this on this text. Okay, so after that we have the next section, which is the excuse me, which is the contact section. So and here we can actually submit this form to to a backend. We'll be using web form. We can use it to submit. So I'm going to do a little demo. So I'm going to use my form filler to just fill the form. So I'm going to click on the send button. Let's see what happens. So when I hit this send button, so initially you saw the you saw that the spinner that was showing the user that it's loading on the loading state, and then once the message is sent, it gets here message sent successfully. Okay, and it clears the form. So I will be heading over to my email address to check for this. All right, so I will head over now to my email address. Okay, so here in my email address, you can see this was sent 11:40, and then we have here the time now is 11:42. So I'm going to click on this to see what we have. Say, okay, hello, a new form has been submitted on your website, details below. So these are the stuff we submitted. So we're gonna do another live demo. So I'm going to go over here to the form, and I'm gonna write something. I'm gonna say code with Cassidy. That's gonna be my name, and then here I can just fill any phone number, any random phone number, you know, just doing something random, and I can say code with Cassidy at gmail.com. That's mail to this is not my Gmail account. I mean, this is just a fake account. That's okay. Hey Cassidy, can say something like this. Hey Cassidy, this message is from online university, you know, so something like this, online university. That's just for a demonstration sake. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this, so it's loading. It says message not sent, try again, maybe something went wrong. Okay, I'm gonna do this again, message not sent, try again. Why? We went to runtime error. Okay, so guys, it's still sending. Okay, let's wait and see what happens. Okay, so we have sent. So let me head over to my email account, and I'm gonna go back to my inbox. All right, so you can see this one is another one that was sent 11:44, and then the time here is 11:44. Okay, I'm gonna open this and see okay, so you can see name Kobe Cassidy, and then this is the phone number, and say hey Cassidy, this message is from online university. All right guys, so this is what the project looks like. I'm going to show you that this site is responsive. I'll go to inspect mode, and so you can see how it's all fitted on the screen. All right, this is for tablet, you know, on tablet view. This is what it looks like. All right, you can see this. All right, you can see this is what it looks like on tablet. If I click on this menu icon, so you see the cool animation. So I'm going to show you how you're going to achieve this cool animation using React.js. And I want to state that we are using pure React.js, no framework. There's no additional framework. So let's see what it looks like on the mobile view. So this mobile view, 320 pixels width. So this is what it looks like on that. Okay, this is what it looks like. All right, so let me go down and click on this. Okay, I'm gonna click on the video. Yeah, so you can see the video is also responsive. It fits well on the screen. All right, so I can go down also and click on the campus picture to see more, so that you will see that even the pictures here, they fit to the screen. All right, they really fit to the screen. All right, so we can go to larger mobile, and then on larger mobile, this is what it looks like. All right guys, so let's get started. So this is what we're going to be building in this project. So I'm going to teach you everything from start to finish. All right, okay guys, so the first thing we're going to do, first, I'm going to create a new project. All right, okay, this is what the one I used. I was running the project here. So I'm going to create a new folder here on my desktop, and new folder. So I'm going to call it online university. Say online university. Let me use capital letter. Online university. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to double click on this, and I will click on this place and type cmd, because I want to open it with a command line. I want to open the folder with command line with a cmd. All right, so it's up. So what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to write code. This is to open this folder with VS Code. All right, so I'm going to open the folder with VS Code. So, and it's an empty folder. We do not have any file in it. Let's just hang on. All right, so we have this open in the VS Code. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to we're going to create the, let me close this up. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is to create the application. Okay, so we're going to create React app. All right, so we're going to say npm so we're going to say npx create react-app. Okay, so followed by the project name. So in this case, we want to create it inside of this folder already, online university. So it's going to be this this. All right, we already opened this in the VS Code, so we're going to just use dot so that it gets created on the same folder. Okay, so this is going to take a couple of minutes depending on your network speed, your internet speed. Okay, so I am going, let's wait for it to get installed. Okay guys, so the installation is completed, so I'm going to clear this and I'm going to start the development server. So what I'm going to do is to start up the development server. Okay, so I'm going to run npm start. Okay, I'll press enter and let's see. Okay, it's starting the development server right as well. We're going to hang on for it to get completed. Okay, I think it's starting our development server. Let's see, at port 300. Okay. Alright, so our app is running. So the development server got started, and having this screen shows that we were able to install React successfully. Alright, so let's take a look at the file structure in VS Code. So here we have the node modules, we have the public files where we have the index.html. So this is going to be serving as the root element. It's going to be providing the root element where all other pages will be rendered, all other app pages or components will be rendered in this index.html. Alright, so that is that. Under the source we have the app.js, and I'm going to get rid of some of these files. I'm going to clean up this a little bit. So I'm going to remove app.js because we don't need it. Yes, we don't. And then I'm going to let me check this. Okay, we need the app. We're not going to remove this one. And in the JS, okay, we need that, so we're not going to remove it. Okay, so we're going to leave any other thing the way it is. All right, we're going to leave all of this the way it is. So we're going to head over to creating our components. All right, so if you go here, you see model not found because we've removed the app.js, so that's why you can't find it anymore. All right, so guys, let's start creating our components. Okay, so before creating any component, I want to go into the app.js and I'm going to get rid of everything inside of the header. I'm going to remove the header. Yes, I'm going to remove this, the header, and let's go over to our browser and see what we have. Let's get this refreshed. Okay, so we don't have anything again on the screen because we've cleared this app.js file. All right, so we're going to head over to creating our first component, and that is going to be the navigation. All right, so the navbar is going to be the first component we're going to create. So okay, so I'm going to close up this. The next thing I'm going to do is to copy the assets folder where we have the images that we're going to be working with and some JS data. So what we're going to do, I'm going to open the project folder here, and I will open the src, which is the source folder, and I'm going to copy this inside of src's folder, the assets. Okay, all right, so after that I'm going to close this up, go back to our code editor. So the first thing I'm going to do is that inside the src folder I'm going to create a new folder, and I'll call that components. All right, components. If I started correctly, components. Okay, that's correct. So the first component we're going to create is the Navbar component, and the components folder is going to house all of our components. All right. So I'm going to create our first component. So I'm going to create a folder inside the components folder, and I'll call it Navbar. All right. And inside the Navbar component, I'm going to create Navbar, a file, navbar.jsx, and still inside the Navbar component, I'm going to create a CSS file, and I'm going to call it navbar.css. So what I simply want to do is to have both the JSX and the CSS file inside the same folder of the component. All right. So I will head over to the Navbar, and I'm going to type RAFCE, and then I'm going to use this. All right. So the next thing is to import the CSS into this component, to the Navbar component. So I'm going to say import, and all right, navbar.css. Okay. So we are going to start structuring the Navbar component. So inside the Navbar component, we're going to use the nav tag, and inside the nav tag we're going to insert a nav brown, a div. We're going to create a div and call it nav ground, and inside the nav ground I'm going to insert the logo. So this is going to be where we're going to set the logo, but we'll have to import this logo. So I'll go up here and I'll say I want to import. I'll step out to the Navbar and then step out and go to my assets folder, and inside the assets folder I'll look for my logo.png. So it's a logo. Let me verify that logo. Alright, let's go to our assets folder and look at the logo. Okay, yeah, we have logo.png. So we can say logo.png, but we are not just going to import it this way. We have to add a name. So we can say import logo from. So we're importing the logo from this directory. Okay. So inside the FRC folder, we're going to say we want to use the logo that we imported. All right, I'm gonna use it right there. After this nav brand folder, we're going to create the nav links. All right, so after this, we're going to create a URL with the with class name of nav links. And then inside the nav links, we're going to add a h1 tag, and that's going to be for home. We're going to add another li tag, not h1 tag. So we're going to add courses, and the next one is going to be about, and then the next one is going to be contact. Going to be contact, and then the next one is going to be gallery. So we're going to say gallery. And then the last one is going to be the testimonial or testimonials. So testimonials. Okay. So after the testimonials, the next thing you're going to structure is the menu icon for smaller screens. Okay. So we're going to insert the class name. We're going to call it menu icon, and then inside the menu icon, we're going to create a div with the name menu icons. So menu icons. All right, and then inside the menu icon, we're gonna add a span tag with a class icon. Okay, so we're gonna have something like this. Let me bring this down a little bit. Okay, so this is all that we need to do for the Navbar component. So we're going to go into our app.js, and inside the app.js right here we're going to import this component. So we're going to say here our navbar component, and then we're going to import this class. All right, so over here we have this, so it's imported. So we're going to go over to the browser to see what we have. I'm going to close this up. I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so this is what we have. We have the logo here, and then this nav links. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to style. We're going to style the navbar component. All right, but before we do that, we are going to do some reform. So we're going to have some settings. We're going to set some of the elements in our index.css. All right, so what we're going to do here is that we're going to define some variables, all right, CSS variables that we're going to use later, like the colors we are going to be using. So we'll start with a colon, and we're going to write root with the curly braces. So the first one is our white color. So we're going to say white color. We're going to define the color of our white, say white color, and we are going to assign the white color variable to this color code FFF, and then we're going to have our black color, and black color is going to be we're going to use 0000. Yeah, I think that's okay. And we're going to define our primary color. All right, so we're going to do this. Our primary color, the color code is going to be F1C50E. all right, so this is going to be our primary color, and we have to define the secondary color. So we're going to say here secondary color, and our secondary color is going to be assigned this code, and it's going to be 0D2 and 44B like this. All right, so after that we're going to define a text shadow. All right, shadow, because we're going to be using shadow in this project. So we're going to have a text shadow, and we're going to set our text shadow to 0px, 8px, and then RGBA, and it's gonna be 0.5, something like this. All right, and we're going to define a box shadow also. So we're going to say box shadow variable, box shadow, and we're going to assign our box shadow to 5px, 20px, 0, and RGBA, and it's going to be 0.4. Let's use 0.4. yeah, 1 2 3 0.4. okay, and then the last one we're going to define is the gradient. All right, we're gonna have gradient. So for gradient we're going to use RGBA, and it's going to be 0.0.0.45, and we're going to repeat the same thing. We're going to say RGBA, and it's going to be 0.6. all right, so this is going to be the variables we're going to use. So we're going to target all the elements, and we're going to do a reset. So we're going to set the padding to equal to 0, and we're going to send the margin to be 0. We also want to get the box sizing to be border box. Okay, and for font family, we're going to use the Montserrat. We're going to say Montserrat, I hope I spell it correctly, and the serif. All right, so we're going to get this font from Google. We're going to use Google font. All right, the next thing we're going to do is the wrapper. We're going to get a page wrapper, and we'll set the padding left to be 10%, and we're going to set the padding right to also be 10%. Padding right 10%. We're going to send the width to be 100%. 100%. So after that, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to define a button, all right, a primary button that we're going to be using. Now you can define this to be a component, but in this case I don't want it to be a component. I just want it to be a class. All right, it's going to just be a class, but you can define this button as a component and reuse it in other application. So it's an option, but I want to use it as a class, not as a full component. So I'm going to do this. Width is going to be 130, and we're going to have the height to be 30, and then after the height we're going to have border radius, and the border radius is going to be about 30 pixels. And then after the border radius, we want the border to be known. We want the outline also. The outline is going to be, the outline is going to be known, and we want to have the text transform. We're going to have text transform. It's going to be uppercase. All right, uppercase. And we're going to add cursor. So the cursor is going to be a pointer. Because it's a button, because it's going to be a pointer. So for the color, for the background color is going to be our primary color, which we earlier defined. So we're going to call the primary color. That's going to be the background. And after that, we're going to set the position to be relative. The position is going to be relative, and then we're going to use transition. So transition is going to be 0.5 sec, and then overflow, we want to set overflow to be hidden. All right, whatever that overflows should be hidden. And inside the button, we are going to be placing some span tag inside the btn class. So any btn class that has a span tag, so we're going to style that also. And we're going to set the left to be 50%. I'm going to say 50%. Yeah, left of 50%. All right, and we are going to set the top. All right, we're going to set top of 50% also. And after that, we're going to do transform, and we're going to translate it, because this will place it at the center. That's what we're trying to do here. All right, we're going to place this at the center of the button. All right, so after that, we're going to have our z index. Z index is going to be 2. We're going to have position, so the position is going to be absolute, because, and the last thing will be the font weight, be about 600. All right, so that's that. And when we hover over the button, we want to add hover effect over the button. If you can remember our demo, when we hovered over the button, you see some animations on it. So we want to set the content to be empty. That's for BTN before, right? And we want to set the position to be absolute, and we want to set the left to be the left is going to be minus 100%. All right, we're going to hide it first initially. All right, so it's going to be hidden. So it's go to the left 100% minus 100%. That means it's not going to show yet. All right, until when we apply the hover effect. All right, so we're going to set the width to be 100%, and we're going to set the the height to be also 100%. And after that, we want to put a background color. So background color is going to be a white color right here. And then we want to set a transition. Okay, so we're gonna say transition, and it's gonna be left 0.4 second ease. All right, then the last thing will be the z index is going to be 1, so that it will not overlay all the elements. We'll be able to see other things inside inside the btn class, inside the btn tag element. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is when we hover over the button, when we hover over this button, we want this btn before, you know, to display. So in order to do that, we're going to reset the left. All right, the left is going to be set to 0. So we're gonna say btn dot hover, all right, and then we're gonna call the before. So the before, we want to set the left to be equal to 0. So this will come to 0 and take the 100% width and take 100% height. All right, so the last thing we're going to do is to add the btn disabled. So for the button, that will be disabled, and this will be used in the contact form. So when we send a phone request, we want the btn to be disabled until after the request is being sent successfully. All right, so here we just want to say the cursor is going to be not allowed. All right, not allowed, something like this. Okay guys, so that is all for our default setting. So the next thing we're going to do is to style our navbar.js. okay, so we're going to be heading over to the navbar.js class here. I'm going to close the index.jsx and index.css, sorry. So we will start with styling the navbar. I'm going to break this into two on my screen, and I'm going to close this up. Okay, so we're going to start with this navbar tag. So we're going to call this nav, excuse me, all right, nav. So the first thing we're going to do, the width of the navbar is going to be 100%, and the position is going to be fixed. Sorry, the position is going to be fixed. It's going to be fixed to the top. All right, and we're going to add padding. So the padding is going to be 10px 8%. So would like this 10px 8%, and after that we're going to display it to be flex, and we want to align items to the center, and we want justify content to be spaced between, and then we want the z index to be we can use 1000. all right, it's going to be on all other elements. So after that, what we're going to do next is we're going to add a class to this navbar, and that is for the dark mode. When we scroll down the page, but we wanted to add a dark background to the navigation bar, or navigation to the navbar. So what we're going to do is we're going to call the navbar class, and we're going to add a nav dark class to it. Okay, and we just want to set the background. We're only interested in the background. We're going to set the background to a secondary color that was defined in our index.js does the css. Sorry, I'm always saying js. Okay, so after that we're going to style the nav the logo. All right, so we will target the nav brand. So I'm going to copy this class, the nav brand. I'll copy this, paste it right here, and then target the image inside of the nav brand. So what do I want to do? Just want to set the width to be about 70 pixels. So after that, the next thing we're going to style is to start a nav link. So here we're going to copy this and come over to this place, and we're going to paste this. And the first thing we're going to do, we want to say list type. List type is going to be none. All right, and we want to display it to be flex. We want to align items center. We're going to justify content space between, space between, not space between, and then flex wrap. But we want it to wrap. Okay, it's going to be wrap. So flex wrap is going to wrap. So what we're going to target next is the let me open this and see what we have. Okay, so far so good. This is what we have got. We have our logo right here, and then we have this over here. I think we can add cursor class to this, so we can say cursor to be pointer, something like this. Okay, so when we go over here and over, so you see this cursor is pointed. All right, So let's come over here. So the next thing we're going to style is these nav items, these ones over here. We're going to style this. So what we're simply going to do is I'm going to copy the navLink class, copy it and come right here, paste it here, and then I will target the li inside of the class. So we're going to start with the font size is going to be 16 pixels. The font weight is going to be about 500, and the margin left is going to be 20. So 20 pixels, and the margin right is also going to be 20 pixels. And after that, we have to add color to it. So the color is going to be a white color, which is white color. Sorry. And after the color, we want text shadow. We want to add text shadow to it, and we're going to call our text shadow variable text shadow. And after that, we're going to add cursor. Cursor is going to be pointer. Okay, so if we head over to our browser, you see we cannot see anything right here. Now remember that we added a class here, a navDark class to the nav. So if we go over to the nav here and we add a class name to it, and then we say navDark to it, and then come over here. Yeah, you see how it looks like. Okay, so we're gonna leave it like this for now. We head over to I think the last thing we need to style in this is this other one, the menu icon right here. We're gonna style this menu icon. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna come over here and determine the media query, or the size of the screen at which I'm going to hide all this and then show the menu icon. So I'm going to inspect this page, and you see this is wrapping all over. So I'm gonna do something like this, try to open it. Okay, so we have this to be at, this is 761 and 761. Let me see, or we can do 7, 8. Okay, I think this is cool. Maybe something like this would be fine. Okay, we're gonna take 850 pixels. All right, at the maximum width of 860 pixels. We're gonna hide this and then show the menu icon. But first of all, I'll show the menu icon. So all right, so what we're going to do now is that we're going to write a media query for the navbar. All right, we can call this anything. Can call it anything, but let's just say media query. All right, so here we are looking at a maximum width of 850. Okay, so let's go with that. Okay, so I'm gonna say at media a max width of 850 pixels. Sorry. So the first thing I'm going to target is the nav links. All right, this nav links, this the first thing I'm going to target. So I'm going to call the nav links right down here. So at that point, we're going to have the position. The position is going to still be fixed, and then we're going to have the top. The top is going to be 0. All right, top is going to be 0. We're going to have right. Right is going to be 0 for now. For now, it's going to be 0, and then we're going to add the bottom. The bottom is also going to be 0. All right, and we're going to add background. Background color is going to be our secondary color. So we're going to have our secondary color. Now after the background, so after the background color, we're going to have flex direction. It's going to be column. It's no longer going to be row, because initially it was row, but now it's going to be column. So we're going to target the width. The width is going to be about 200 pixels, and we're going to add justify content start. All right, align items start, should not be an item start. We're going to have padding top of 50, padding top of 50 pixels, and then transition. Transition is going to be 0.5 seconds. All right, so let's head over here to see what we have. I'm going to reduce this to 850, so 850 right here. All right, so guys, this is how it looks. This is what we're trying to get. So when we hit at 850, it's going to be something like this, but when we go higher than this, it comes over here. So this is what we are trying to achieve. Okay, we're going to add an open, because when we click the navigation when we click the navigation menu here, this is going to either be open or it's going to be closed. Either it is open or it is closed. So we're going to add a CSS class for that. So we're going to do here, we will say nav ur.open. I mean, it's still the same thing with the nav links, or we can say nav links.open. all right, so okay, so the open, we want the right to be 0. Now the right here is 0, but we can say here the right here is not going to be 0. I just place 0 here so that you can see it. So what we're going to do, we're going to hide it to the right, so we can say 300 pixels. All right, so if I go over here, you can see it is nowhere to be found. You can't see it anywhere. Okay, but if I add this class, if I add open class to it and come over here, you see it, so it comes out. So this is what we're trying to do with the open class, and we're going to be adding this class or removing it with JavaScript, depending, when the user clicks on it, we remove the open. When the user clicks again, we close it. If we want to close it, we remove this open class. All right, so okay, we're going to leave it open for now. The next thing we're going to style is the menu icon. Remember, this menu icon here, we have not been able to style it, so that is what we are targeting now. Okay, before then, we're going to add CSS class to the li tag. So if you see that this is not looking nice, so we have to make it look a bit nice. All right, so we come over here and target that class. We want to say the nav links li. Okay, so the color is still going to remain white, but we're going to say set margin. We can say margin to the top. Margin to the top is going to be 15 pixels. 15 pixels, and we're going to add font size to it. We're going to add font size of 16 pixels. So let's take a look at how it looks. Okay, so you see we've added some spacing here. All right, so at least they are all spaced out. Okay, so after that, we're going to go over to styling the menu icons. All right, so we're going to target first of all the nav menu icon. That's the first class here, this one. Okay, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to say nav, because I don't know, I might have menu icon in many places in the website, so I just want to refer to the one that is inside the nav tag. So the display is going to be block. We're going to display it as block. Sorry, it's going to be displayed as it's going to be displayed as block, and then I'm going to add a color to it. So I'm going to say color. So color is going to be white color, and then we're going to add top. So the top is going to be about 20 pixels, and we're going to add right is going to be about 20 pixels also, and we're going to look at the width. The width is going to be 30 pixels. After the width, what next? We're going to add height. So the height is going to be auto, all right, because we're going to be placing elements inside of the div. All right, so after that, we're going to target these nav menu icons. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to say nav menu icon menu icons. All right, and I just want the position to be sorry, let's spell that correctly. So the position is going to be relative. So that is all for that. So we're going to go over to our browser to see what we have. We're not seeing anything yet. Okay, so over here we're not seeing anything yet, but we know it's right here. If I go over down here and go over to the menu icon, I mean it's right here, but you know, we have to add styling to the nav icon. Okay, so what we're going to do now is to style this icon, the icon class right here. So we will start with the nav, and inside the nav you're going to look for the menu icon, and inside the menu icon we're going to look for icon. And the first thing, the height is going to be 3 pixels. 3 pixels. We're going to have the border radius to be 10 pixels, and then we're going to have background color. Background color is going to be white. All right, so that to be visible, I'm going to make it white. Okay, and then after that we're going to add transition to it. So transition is going to be 0. I'm going to say or 0.57. Okay, so we can go over here and take a look at what they've got and refresh to see if there's anything. Okay, let me come down a little bit. This is what we should say. Okay, we are not seeing anything yet. Menu icon and an icon. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is that we have 3 of these icons. Sorry, it's going to be like a bar. Okay, let me make it visible because there's something I want to do. Let me make it visible. I'm going to add weight. Weight is going to be about it's going to be about 80% of the entire width, and we're going to add margin to be auto. Margin, the margin is going to be auto. And what else are we going to add? We're going to display it to be block. We're just going to display block. Okay, so if I go over here, so you can see this, you can see this bar. All right, so we're going to add before and after. All right, we're going to add before and after, and in that before and after they're going to have the same they're going to share some CSS properties. All right, so we're going to group those CSS properties together. You know, this is why I was given this, you know, this spacing. So the before and after is going to share the same height. They're going to share the same border radius. They're going to share the same background color, and also they're going to share the same transition, but their widths are not going to be the same. All right, the widths are not going to be the same, and then I mean the rest of this they're not going to be the same. So what I will simply do is I'm going to copy this class again, and I will bring it down here, and I will cut this because this one is going to be different. I will cut this these properties, and what I will do is that I'm going to add before and after. So I'm going to say nav the menu icon. Oh, sorry, I didn't spell that correctly. I'm going to say menu icon and before. So I'm going to do that for after. You know, I will show you what I mean. You know, I will show you why I'm doing this. So I'm going to add this to the after. Now if I go to the to the browser, you're not going to see anything yet because we are not done with it. So after this we are going to add more styles for the before and also for the after. But now we're first of all going to add for the before. All right, so we will copy this one which is for the before, come down here and paste it, and then we're gonna have the content. The content is going to be empty. We're gonna set the content to be empty, and we're gonna set the width to be 40%. All right, it's gonna be 40%, and we're gonna set the position. Position is gonna be absolute. Position is going to be absolute, and we want the top to be minus 10 pixels because we want it to go up up above this, up above the menu icon. That's what we're using, top minus 10. All right, and then to the right, we want it to be 0, so we want to take it to the right. We want it to, you know, go to the right. So if I come over here, you can see it's over to the right, and is not 100% width, and it's above the mini icon. I mean, that is what I really mean. All right, so we're going to start the, we've just finished styling the before, so we're going to style the after, and the after is going to really look similar with the before. I mean, they're going to look similar, and I'm not going to group them, okay, but you can try to do that. You can try to group them together, but I'm not going to group them. I'm just going to have them in separate split declarations. So here we're going to say after. We just finished it before. We're going to say after, and for the after, the content is going to be empty. We're going to set this to empty, and we're going to set the width to be 60%. So the width is going to be 60%, and we're going to set the position to be absolute. Position is going to be absolute, and we're going to set the top is going to be minus 10 pixels. Oh, okay, we set this to top minus 10 pixels, so one of this is going to be, we're going to set this to bottom so that it comes below. All right, so this is going to come below, and this is going to go, you know, up above. And then we are going to set the what next do we need to do? Okay, the right. So this one is going to remain where it is. We're not going to move it to we're going to move it to anywhere. All right, so let's go over to our browser. So you see we have something like this, but it's not really looking nice per se. It's not really looking nice, so we are going to see how to style this more. Okay, we have the before and after. So what we're simply going to do is that in this top, we're gonna have this to be bottom, all right, and we're gonna have this to be top. All right, bottom and top. Let's head over to our browser. All right, so I think we have what we're looking for. I think it's pretty better now. We can probably reduce the instead of 60%, of my bring it to maybe 40% or something there about. All right, so let's make it 50%. 50. Let's see. Okay. All right. I think it's better now. All right, I think it's better now. Oh, okay. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to style this menu icon. When we click on it, you know, when we click on it, we're going to check if this navigation is open or not. If it is open, already, it's not going to be in this. It's going to look like a times, else it's going to return back to this. Okay, so let's go over and style that. So we're going to target the nav menu icon. So we're going to say nav menu icon, and we're gonna check if it has open class. All right, if it has open class. Now this menu icon, it's for the middle, the one in the middle one. That's the one we are targeting now. So we want to say if the navbar is open, we want to set the background to be transparent. We just want it to disappear, right? And okay, I think now it's already open, so that should, okay, let me check this. So if the menu icon has open class, this is what this thing is saying. All right, if you had open class, we want the icon, which is the down one, which is the middle one here, this one, the middle one here to be. So if this menu icon has a class of open, we want this to disappear. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a class of open so that we can see the effect. So when we add class of open, I'm going to refresh this. Let's see if that works. Or yeah, so it becomes transparent, so that's why you can see it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add also CSS property to this when it's open. Okay, so we'll come over here and we're going to say nav the menu icon the open the icon before. Okay, so before we're gonna add transform. We want to rotate it, so we're gonna rotate it about 860 degree. All right, and we want to add the width. The width is gonna be about 80%, and we're gonna add the right to be 0. Okay, so after that we're going to start the navbar after for the after. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and change this to after, and I'm going to do transform, and it's going to be also rotate, but it's going to be minus 860 degrees. This one is going to rotate minus 860. We're going to have the width to be 80%. The width is going to be 80%, and then we're going to have the top to be 10%. Okay, so we're going to save this and go over to our browser. Okay, so you see what we have, and it's not looking nice at all. It should form something like a cross, something like what do you call it, something like a times to show, close or something like that. Yeah, to show close. So we're gonna head over to our CSS and adjust that. Okay, so in our CSS class we're going to make adjustment to the icon before the icon before and then the icon after. So the changes we're going to make is here, instead of using here top, we're going to use it as bottom. All right, we're going to put the bottom here, and then we're going to remove this right to be 0. We're removing it, and then when we come to the after we're going to change the bottom here to top. All right, it's going to be top, and then we're going to add right. So the right is going to be 0. I mean, that should solve the problem. Okay, so you can see it looks like this, something like times. Okay, so if we remove this class, let's say we remove n from it, and okay, you see, yeah, all right, so I think we are good to go. I mean, that looks okay. Okay, so for now I'm going to add back this class. So let's see what we need to style next. Okay, so what we need to style, I think that's all. Yeah, I think that's all we need to style. Let's see if this has background of white. Let's go here. Okay, background color of white. So this really look good. So if you go over here, you can see we have the. So what we need to do now is to add the interactivity. When you click on this button, we want something to happen. When we click on it, we want something to happen, that kind of stuff. So we have to add interactivity to this. So we are going to go over to JSX. Okay, so this is where we're going to add all of that. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of, okay, I'm going to leave this open yet. I'm going to leave it the open class, because we are going to be using that open for what we are going to do. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is that we're going to use hook. We're going to use the useState hook to check check the nav state. Okay, we're going to use it to track the nav state to know if the state is open or if the state is closed. So that's what we're going to do. So the first thing we're going to do here before the return, so we're going to set const, and we're going to say nav state. All right, we're going to use it, and we're going to say save nav state, and we're going to set it to use useState, and I have to import that. All right, so just click on this and import it, and we want to set it to false. Right, the useState is going to be set to false for now, and we're going to declare a function const. We're going to call it handle nav state, and we're going to set to arrow function. All right, it's going to be an arrow function, and we're going to call the setter function set nav state, and we're going to set it to opposite of whatever it is. So when I click on it, if it is false, it's going to be true. When I click on it again, it's going to be false. So it's going to be switching toggle true or false, true or false, true or false. So that's what it's going to be doing. All right, so I mean, this is what we need. We're going to add this click event to the nav nav icon, because that's where we're gonna be clicking. So we're gonna add that to it to see. So we will come over here, this and we will say we're gonna add an onClick event. So we're gonna call the handle nav state. Okay, so this is what we're gonna be doing. So we're gonna be toggling between the two, and I'm gonna come over here and let me console log the nav state so that you see what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go here to my console, and if I click on this, it's gonna say true. If I click on this, it's gonna say false. If I click on this, it's gonna say true. If I click on this, it's gonna say false. So that is what we are going to be getting. Now, where we're going to do some job now is on this. Now remember, these are two classes that's using either open or close. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to use the ternary operator. All right, we're going to use the ternary operator to check if it is true or if it's not. So we're going to be adding this class and removing it dynamically. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use the backticks so that we can be able to add this class. This is a previous class, so this class will always be there no matter what. Now what we're going to do now is we're going to check if nav state is equal to true. So we're going to say if nav state is equal to true. If it is true, we want to add this class, the open class, to it. If it's true, that means yeah, the open is true. Else we will remove it. So we're going to copy, let me come down here and I'm going to do similar thing, and I'm going to copy this. Sorry, I'm going to copy only this one, the menu icon, because the class will always be there no matter what. It's not going to be part of the conditionals. All right, and then I'm going to have whatever I have here. So I have inside of this something I'm gonna have inside of here. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this one. I already have it here. So save the changes and then I go back to, all right, so because it is not added, so I can click on this, you see right here, I can click on this one, can click on this, can click on this. So I mean it's gonna be working in our screens. All right, okay guys, so we are done. I'm gonna remove the console, so I'll do that log here. So now we are done with, for now we are done with the navbar. We will still come back to the navbar. I think we come back, or do we just finish? Okay, so for navbar we're gonna finish it once and for all. Now remember, we added a class to the navbar, and that's going to be the navbar nav.dark here, this navbar.dark class. Okay, and inside of here we're having this navbar.dark class. So we're going to provide a CSS. Sorry, we're going to add that interactivity. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to declare a state, and we're going to call it sticky, and we say set sticky. All right, and we're going to set it to useState of false. So it's not going to be set at the initial time, but this one we're going to be using the useRef, because this will be added on scroll. When the user scrolls, it will be added, you know. All right, so what I'm going to do is that inside of here I'm going to declare, I'm going to use the useEffect. All right, we're going to add side effect when we scroll, because scrolling is part of a useEffect. And then for the dependency, we are going to use an empty an empty object. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add window event listener. So we want to call the window object, and we say add event listener. So the type of event listener we are adding is the scroll. So when we scroll down the page or up the page, we're going to run a function. It's going to be an arrow function, and what we're going to be checking is we're going to be setting the sticky, all right, to either true or false, all right, based on a certain condition. So this will happen whenever we scroll. We're going to check and check a certain condition, and then set the sticker, this sticky, sorry. So we set the state. Okay, so here we're going to call the set sticky, which is the setter function, and then inside of here we're going to pass an arrow function. And for the arrow function, what we're going to do here is we're going to return window.scroll. So when we scroll the y axis, scroll y, all right, see it right here. When we scroll the y, window.scroll y, we want to check if window.scroll y is greater than 50. If the user has scrolled 50 from the top, all right, if this is true, then we're going to set the sticky to be true, you know, else we're going to set the sticky to be false. All right, so the sticky here can either be true or false, true or false, true or false, true or false. And we're going to add this to this nav.dark here, this nav.dark. So if it is true, I will add the nav.dark. If not, we'll remove it. So we're going to do similar thing. We're going to use the backticks by the string literal, and we're going to add inside of the string literals, we are going to use this format. So what we're going to say is we're going to check if sticky, so it means if sticky is set to true, then we're going to add this class, all right, and else we're going to add nothing. All right, so I'm going to save this, and then if we go over to this, we might not really see this because of the what do they call it, because this page does not have scroll y. We can't scroll to y, you know. For now we can't scroll to y. So let me add a CSS property to the navbar. So for the navbar, I'm going to say okay, navbar, this is just going to be for demonstration's sake. I'm going to say body. I'm going to add a padding button to it, padding button to the body, and let me say 500 pixels, something like this, 500 pixels. Okay. Okay, we're not getting this qualified. All right, so this will come into play when we add more content to this page. I wanted to do something, but it's not popping up. So we'll add more content to the page. All right, guys, so we have come to the end of this. We've been able to create our navigation bar, you know. So the next thing we're going to do is to head over to creating the hero section. Okay, so let's head over to the hero section. So for the hero section, I'm going to close the navbar stuff, and I'll go over to a component. So from the components folder, I'm going to create another folder, and I'll call it hero. Let me close the navbar, and inside the hero folder, I'm going to create hero.jsx, and then inside the same hero, I'm going to create hero.css. So we come over to here and we say FRCE, and then we use this, and we have to import the class. So we say import, since it's from the same folder, we say hero.css. all right, so the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to add a class to this. We say class name, so the class name is going to be hero, and inside of the hero, we're going to add a h1 tag, and it's going to come with a class name. So the class name is going to be hero title, and inside the hero title we can say online University of Professional Development, and then after the h1 tag, we're going to add an h6 tag, and inside the h6 tag we're going to have a class name for it. We're going to add a class name, and then it's going to be hero subtitle, not spell that correctly, and inside the hero subtitle we're going to say our courses. All right, and after that, after the h6 tag, we're going to add a div with title hero courses, and inside of here we're going to add button with class btn, and inside the button we're going to add a span tag, and inside the first span tag we're gonna use design, and then for the second one I'm going to use, after design we're going to use programming, and then so the third one is going to be marketing, and then after marketing the fourth one is going to be business. All right, okay, so this is all we need for our hero section. We will go over to our app.js, and we're going to import the hero section. So we're going to call the hero, we're going to mount it, and then we're going to import this. We're going to import the components. All right, so I'm going to click on this hero. So if we head over to this, so you can see we have this class because we already defined this class in our CSS. So this is how it looks like. Now let's head over to our hero.css. We have to do some styling. So the first thing we're going to style is we're going to style the hero, and then so inside the hero we're going to have width of 100%, and we're going to have the height of 120 view height, and we're going to have display to be flex. We're going to align at the center, justify display content, display is going to be flex, align items center. We're going to have justify content center. All right, and we're going to have flex direction, it's going to be colon, and we're going to have the background. Okay, let's add the background lastly. We're going to have the background size. The background size is going to be cover, and we add the background position, and background position, the background position is going to be center. So, and then lastly we're going to add the background. So the background is going to be a linear gradient, and we're going to have inside the linear gradient we're going to have var gradient, which we defined earlier, and then after that we're going to add a background image. So we're going to use the URL, and we navigate to our assets folder, and inside the assets folder we look at hero img. Okay, so this is what we're going to have for the hero section. So if I go over here, you see what we have right there. But the problem is that this is repeating. All right, it is repeating, so we're going to set the repeat. So we're going to say background repeat. So we're going to background repeat, so we say no repeat. Okay, so we come over here again. I think we need to use the cover. I think, did I use that? Background size is going to be cover. And let me use this, something like, let me take it up right here. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much what. So you can see that the navigation is not working. If I scroll down a little bit, it comes up here. All right. Okay, guys. So that is on this. So let's move on to the next one. What we're going to start is the hero. So we're going to say the hero title. So the hero title, we're going to have font size of 50. Font size of 50 pixels. We're going to have text shadow of. We're going to have our var text shadow. And then after the text shadow, we're going to have color. Color is going to be white color, the variable we declared earlier, white color. And after the color, we have the max width to be 50%. Max width is going to be 50%. And we have the text line. Text line is going to be center. And we're going to add line height, probably be 1. All right. So after that, we're going to style the hero subtitle. So for the hero subtitle, we're going to add the color to be, the color is also going to be white color, and whoops, and we're going to have margin top to be 50 pixels, and we're going to add margin bottom to be 10 pixels, and we're going to add font size of 25. All right, so after that, we're going to style the hero courses. But let's take a look at what we have. Okay, so we have this already. Okay, so this is what we have. So what we are going to style next is this section, that's the courses. So for the courses, we are going to have the hero courses, and for the hero courses, we're going to display it as flags, and we're going to align items to the center, and we're going to justify the content to the center, and also we flex wrap, so it's going to wrap. Flex wrap is going to be wrap, and we're going to add a gap of 20 pixels, and then margin top is going to be 10 pixels. So let's go over and look at what we've got. Okay, so we have this, but something is wrong. Something is wrong, and it is wrong with the button, so we have to go over to the button and see why it's not displaying as it should. So we're going to go back to the index.jxs, so, and we're looking at the span to see what is wrong. Oh, we didn't add minus here. Okay, let's go back to our web page. All right, so that's okay, but now this is going half. It should be full of this. Let's go to the before. Oh yeah, we should add top here of 0, so that start from 0. All right, guys, so we have this, and this is working as expected now. So what we're going to do next is to write some CSS property for this, to make it responsive. That's what I mean. All right, so we go over here, and we're going to look at 10. Let's look at this at the screen, 1024. So you see that this doesn't really look nice. This doesn't really look nice. So we're going to write CSS property for 1069. All right, we go down. Okay, not here at the hero.css, and we go here, and we're going to say media query, because we're going to be writing media query right over here. So under the media query here, we're going to say at media max width of 1024 pixels. All right, so we're going to target the hero title. So for the hero title, we're gonna have max width of 60%, and we're gonna have the line height to be 1.3. all right, so after this, what we're going to target next is at 768. all right, so we'll go over here 768. This doesn't really look nice, right? But I mean, it looks okay, but I want it to be more responsive. So I'm gonna go over here and I'll copy all of this. I'm gonna copy this and come down here and paste it, and I'm gonna say at 768 pixels, 768. So what do I want to do with 768? The max width, I just want to increase the max width to about 80%, and I'm gonna remove this line height. The line height is still gonna be the same. All right, so you see it's now in 2 lines. So that's just what I wanted to do. And then the next screen I'm going to target is for the mobile. So if I go to the mobile screen, maybe something here, so see how it looks, doesn't make sense, or maybe to this point 4 to 5 doesn't make more sense. So I'm going to target the mobile screen. So I'll come right down here, and I'm going to change the font sizing for this. So it's font size is going to be about 40 pixels. all right, so if you come back to here, our page, and refresh, so you see it looks better. all right, so it looks better. All right, guys, so I mean, that's all for the hero section. So we are done with the hero section, so we'll be moving now to the next section. The next section is going to be the popular course, but then we need a title, so we're going to generate a title component for that. So what we're going to do is we go over to our component here, and we're going to say title, and then inside of that we're going to create title.jsx, and inside of that we're going to create title.css. So, and inside the title.jsx we're going to set this alright, and I'm going to import the CSS class, the CSS file. So I'm going to say title.css. alright, so inside the title.css we're going to be displaying 2 things. So the first thing we're going to be displaying is title, and then a title text. So we have something like a title and then something under it. Okay, so inside of here we're going to be accepting 2 properties. So the first property is going to be the title, and then the second property is going to be the title text, because this component is going to be reused, you know, with dynamic contents. So we're going to be passing the title here and then that of this. Inside of here we're going to pass h3 tag with a class name title, and then that's where we're going to display our title. all right, what we're simply doing here is the structuring. Then we have another, we're going to enter this with title text. So this is going to hold our title text, okay, and we're going to pass the text inside of here. all right, so this is all about this. We will go over to styling the title class, and then the title text class. So we come over here for the title, and inside of here what we're going to do is that we want to set the font size to 30 pixels, and we want to send the font width to be 700, and then we're going to set the color. The color is going to be secondary color. all right, we're going to call the secondary color right here, and then we're going to set the margin. So the margin is going to be 40 pixels. It's going to be auto, and then 5 pixels, or 5 pixels. So okay, so after that we're going to put the text align. So the text align is going to be center, and after that we're going to start the title text. all right, so inside the title text we're going to have the margin. So the margin is going to be 0 auto 20 pixels, and after that we're going to add text align is going to be center, and lastly we're going to add the font size to be 16 pixels. okay, so this is all we're going to do with the title. I mean that's all to it. So the next section we're going to create now is the popular course section. All right, so for the popular course section, I'm going to create inside the components folder again. I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to call it popular course, and inside the folder I'm going to create a file, popular course.jsx, and I'm going to create another file, the CSS file. I'm going to popular course.css. all right, so inside of this I'm going to put my RAFCE, and I'm going to import the CSS class. I'm going to say import popular course. Oh, that was written in small letters. I'm going to change. I'm going to rename this. The C should be in capital letter. Okay, it should be in uppercase. Okay, so and that is cool. Then I'll come over here. I'm going to import the popular course. I'm sorry, I should have added / right here, and then popular course.css. Okay, so inside of here we're going to pass a class name to this. So we're going to say class name. So class name, we're going to have popular course main, and then we're going to add a wrapper class that we created in the wrapper class inside our index.js. Okay, so inside the popular class we're going to import the title component here. So for the title component right here, title, no, we are not getting the correct. Let me see, did I name that correctly? Yeah, I did. So I'm going to say title. I'm not getting what I want. Okay, so we're going to import title from this. Oh, sorry, that is form, incorrect spelling. So we're going to import it from this, and we go over again to components /title again. Okay, so the title is important. Now the title component, we need to pass 2 props to it. So the first prop is going to be the title, and then for the title we're going to pass a popular course. We're going to say the title, sorry, that is going to be popular courses. And then for the title text, so the title text is going to be something like top 4, what's going on, top 4 most popular courses for international students. Okay, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to go to app.js, and I'm going to mount this. I'm going to mount this component. So I'm going to mount the popular course component, component. So let's go right here, and then I'm going to import this. So we go over to our browser to see module not found, can resolve popular course.css. That was a mistake. That was wrong spelling. Popular course. Alright, course like this. Yeah, did I get it wrong? This should be course. Yeah, I think that's correct now. But again, popular course is not defined. Why? Okay, so it goes up. So okay, we have it here, popular courses, and then we have top 4 most popular courses for international students. Okay, all right, let's proceed with this. So we have added the title. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to add a div here with name, with class name of popular. It's going to be popular course, and then inside of this div I'm going to add another div. I'm going to call it course. All right, and then inside this div I'm going to add an image tag, and after the image tag I'm going to add a div again, and it's inside the div I'm going to add a span tag, and this span tag is going to come with a class name. I'm going to add a class name to this span tag. So the class name is going to be course title. All right, so I'm going to import images, and then inside of this I'm going to say programming. All right, so I'm going to have up to 4 courses here, and they're going to look similar like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import different images. So we're going to have this inside this course. We're going to have another course. We're going to have up to 4 courses. I'm going to paste this in 3 more times. So the first one is going to be programming. The second one is going to be data analysis. Sorry, the second here is going to be data analysis. So let's say data analysis, and then the third one is going to be business, and then the fourth one will be cyber security. All right, so I'm going to add here business, and then I'm going to add right over here to be cyber security. Okay, and I need to import images for all of this. So let's go and import the images. So we're going to say import programming img from from this. We look into our assets folder. We want to call the programming image. Okay, so we will come and import that for data analysis. So we want to say import data analysis img from this. We look into our assets folder. We look into data analysis. So the next one is we're going to import that for business. We're going to say import business img from, and we're going to have this and look into the assets folder, and then we want to call the business img. So the last one is going to be cybersecurity. So we want to say import cybersecurity security img from we're going to look into this and look into the assets folder, and we want to find the cybersecurity img. So what we're going to do right here is that we're going to set this to be the programming img. That's for programming. We come here and we're going to set this to data analysis. So we say data analysis img, and then for this one is going to be the business img. So we're going to say business img, and after that we're going to add the cybersecurity img. So here we're going to say cybersecurity img. All right, so that is all for our css. All right, I say css. That's all for our html markup. Okay, so let's go over to, so this is what we have. You can see the title, the image with the title, image with the title, image with the title. All right, guys, so we're going to style this. I mean, it doesn't look nice like this, but we are done. We're done with the markup, so we'll have to head over to the css class. All right, we're going to start styling all of this. So the first class we're going to start is the popular course main. All right, for the popular course main we're going to have parent top to be 50. I mean, that's all. So we're going to do with that. So the second thing we're going to target is the popular course. So for the popular course we're going to have padding top to be 20. We're going to have display to be flex. We're going to align item center, and then we're going to have the justify content space between. I mean, that's all for this. We head over to the popular course. All right, so popular course and then the course. All right, so for this one we're going to have the flex basis. So the flex basis is going to be 24%, and then we're going to have the box shadow. Not block shadow, box. So box shadow is going to be var. We have our box shadow variable. So pass the box shadow variable right here, and we want to have overflow is going to be hidden, so whatever goes out of it should be hidden. We're going to have height of 300 pixels, and we're going to have border radius of 10 pixels, and then we're going to have position is going to be relative. Okay, so I'm going to save these, go over to this. So you see what we have right here, but still doesn't really make sense. I mean, it's making a lot of sense here. Okay, so after this we're going to target the image. So the image, so we're going to say popular course dot course, and then we look to the image. So for the image, the width is going to be 100%. So it's going to take the 100% width of its parent container. All right, so after that we're going to target the popular course, and then the div we're inside it. I mean, let me show you this div right here. This is what we're targeting. All right, sorry. So head over to this place, and then so the first thing we're going to do, position is going to be absolute. Position is going to be absolute, and then we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align item center, justify content center, and then we're going to have the width is going to be 100%, and then also the height is going to be 100%. All right, 100%. So we're going to have top. The top is going to be 0. Oh, come on, what's going on? So top is going to be 0, and then we're going to have z index to be 1. Set index, we're going to set it to 1. We're going to have opacity to be 0, and then we're going to have transition. We're going to have transition. So transition is going to be 0.5 seconds, and the cursor is going to be pointer. So we're going to have the cursor to be pointer, and then lastly we want to have the background. So the background is going to be, we're going to add linear gradient, and then for the linear gradient we're going to have RGBA, and it's going to be 0.5. all right, and we're going to repeat this. Okay, so it's just going to be this to this. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste this right here. Okay, and I'm going to remove this. All right, for now, in order for us to see that, we're going to change this opacity to be 1 for now, so that we can be able to see it. So if I look into this, okay, so you see the opacity. Sorry, you see the changes. Look at this programming stuff is right here. So if I put opacity to be 0, you're not going to see anything. Opacity to be 0, yeah, it's going to disappear. You're not going to see anything. So for now, the opacity is going to be 1, but later we're going to make it 0, so that when we hover over it, we can be able to show it. It should only display on hover. Okay, so we're going to target the popular course title. We're going to look into the course title, and we're going to say margin top. Margin top is going to be minus 100 pixels, and we're going to have color. The color is going to be our white color, so we're going to use the variable white color, and then we're going to look font weight to be 600, and then font size is going to be we're going to make it 20 pixels, and then we're going to put transition to it. All right, sorry, it's supposed to be transition. So transition is going to be 0.5 second, and we're going to add border bottom. Sorry, we're going to add border bottom. We're going to add something like border bottom. Sorry, not like some. We're going to add border bottom to it. All right, so we have 5 pixels, and then we have solid, our primary color. All right, we're going to use the variable primary color. So I'm going to save this, head over to my browser. All right, so this is what we have achieved so far. I mean, this is looking nice. Okay, so after this, what we're going to do is we're going to hide this. We're going to hide the opacity, so it's going to be 0, and we only show it when we hover over it. All right, so what we're going to do now is that we're going to say popular course, and then we target the course, and we head over to the div. So when we hover over this, we want the opacity to be 1. You know, the div, when we hover over the course, we want this div, you know, we're adding this to this div, this hover effect. So when we hover over it, the opacity here changes from 0 to 1. I mean, that is what this means. All right, so that's for the div. The opacity is going to change, it's going to show. So let me go and show you something. All right, so when I hover over it, it shows. When I hover over it, shows, but then this text is not where it's supposed to be. I want it to come down a little bit. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to write a CSS class for that. So we're going to target the popular course and target the course, and then we're going to target div, the div.hover, and when we hover over to the div, we want to check the course title. We want to add something to the course title, and effect to the course title. So the course title is the opacity is going to be 1 also, and then we're going to add margin top. Margin top is going to be 100 pixels. Now remember that we added minus 100, so it went up, but now that we're adding 100, it's gonna come down. So all right, so let's go over to our browser. So you see when we hover over it, it slides down. All right, so that is what that does. It slides down. When we go over it, slides down. Over it, slides down. Okay, good, so guys, so we're going to work on the responsiveness of this. So if I inspect this page, and if I inspect it, and I go to 10, is it that? Yeah, 102. You see that this doesn't look nice. Does it really look nice? Yeah, okay, somehow, but not really all that nice. Not really all that nice. Okay, I'm gonna create a little space down here so that we can be able to you know, see the full. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to add style to this. I will remove this, you know. So I will say border, no, not border, I will say margin bottom, so I'm gonna set it like 200 pixels. I'm going to have this one. Let me see if that's gonna, okay, very good work, so that we can be able to see, you know, on that here. So you see at 1025, we see this white stuff. The image is not fitting again into the box. All right, into the card. It's not fitting. So this doesn't make sense. Doesn't look nice. So we are going to do some styling on that. So we're going to start our media query for 10. I mean, above this, it's cool. Like if we go over to 1200 and click on this, I mean, it looks nice on 1200. You can see that it looks nice. So we are coming back to 1024, and then I'm gonna add CSS properties. So we go back to our popular course, and here we're going to add media. We're going to say media query. So in this media query, we're going to target at media, and we're going to say max width of 1024 pixels. Right, what do we want to happen? So at 10 we're going to target the popular course. So for the popular course, we're going to add flex wrap. Just we want it to wrap. Right, you have to go to the next page if that's line is filled up. So we're going to go to popular course, and then we're going to target the course. Okay, so each of the course, and we want to set the flex basis. What we're going to do, instead of displaying 4 of this, we can display just 2 for at this. We want to display two of this. So 2 is going to be here, while 2 will go to the next to the next line or whatever. All right, so let's head over here. So we're going to set the flex basis to be about 48%. So the remaining 2% is going to be the gap between them. So we're going to set this 48, for the 8%, something like this. And then we are looking at the height. The height is going to be 400 px, and we're going to be looking at margin bottom to be 20 pixels. Okay, so that would do that. All right, so this is what we have, and I mean it makes a lot more sense to have it like this. So the next one we're going to also target, I mean, if we try to bring this, you see at this point it doesn't make sense anymore, but let's go to 76 higher. This makes sense at this, but at the time we bring it down a little bit, almost around 700 or thereabout. So we're going to focus at 700 and style again. So I'm going to copy this and then come right down here and paste it. So I'll change this value from 10 this to 700. So at 700 pixels, what we want to do is that at 700 pixels we're targeting the popular course. This remains what it is. So for the popular course, we're going to add only the height. So we're going to remove this, and we're also going to remove this. So the height is going to be about 300. All right, and then we're going to add another CSS another one that's going to be around 500, but I will show you why. So here it looks nice. If you're going down, it looks nice. Now if we go to 576 pixels, I mean it still looks nice, but when we come a little down further, you see around 5, you can see this 504. It doesn't make sense again, so we have to add CSS. We have to add that for it. So we can come over here and determine what it should be. Let me bring it down a little bit. All right, so about 512 or 520. But 520 doesn't make sense again, so we're going to write another CSS property here, or another media query 520. So we're going to change this to 520 pixels, and then another 520 pixels, the flex basics. We're not going to display 2 again, we're going to display 1. I mean, we're going to say flex basis. Flex basis is going to be 100%, so it's going to be one card, just one. I mean, and then the height, let's increase the height a little bit to 350, so we can go over. So you see what it looks like. It's going to be 1, and this is going to be responsive in all of this. So if we go to 320, which is the list screen I have here, I mean, it still makes sense. If I go to 375, this makes sense. If I go to D, this makes sense. All right, guys, I think we are done with the popular section. Everything looks nice to this point, so we'll be moving over to the next section. Okay, guys, so the next section is going to be the about section. We're going to add about section down here. So we go over here. I'm going to close this up, this tool. Then I will go over to components, and then I'm going to create about folder, and inside the about folder I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to call it about.jsx, and inside there again I'm going to create about.css. All right, so here I'm going to do this rafce, and then I'm going to pull up this. So the next thing I'm going to do is to link the CSS. So I'm going to import about.css. I mean, okay, that is it. So we're going to start off with the HTML structure. So we're going to say name is going to be about. All right, so inside about, we're going to have 3 different abouts. All right, we're going to have about top, about middle, and about bottom. Okay, so and I'm going to show you why. So the first one we're going to have inside here is going to be the about top. Right, it's going to be the about top, and then inside the about top we're going to have item left. We're going to have left and right, so we're going to have left or right. So for the left we're going to insert an image, and then after the image we're going to insert here a span. We're going to have another span, and then the span is going to have a class name of play icon. I mean, that's going to be the play icon for for the video, and inside of the play icon we're going to also have an image inside of here. All right, so after the item left we're going to have item right, so we're going to have that item that right, and then inside the item dot right, we're going to insert our title component. All right, so we're gonna have the title component right here. I'm gonna import it, and then we're gonna pass the props. So the first prop we're going to pass is the title. So the title is going to be about us, and then we're going to pass the title text. So the title text is going to be something like learn. We're going to say learn about us and what we do, something like this. Okay, so that is going to be for the title props. So we're going to insert our paragraph. So we're going to use lorem 20 to insert just a paragraph text. I mean, lorem 20. I don't think that's going to be okay. So let's use lorem 50. We need more bigger text, more longer text. Lorem 50. Okay, I think this is a little better. Lorem 50 right here. Yeah, I think this makes sense. So we can just copy this again, or we might have another P right here, and the P we're gonna say lorem 20 thereabout. I think lorem 20 makes sense, or do we have lorem 30? Okay, let me make it 30. Lorem 30 here. All right, I think this makes sense. Okay, this is okay. So we're gonna have so this is gonna be our about top. So after the about top right here, we're going to have our about middle. All right, we're gonna have about middle. So for our about middle, we're gonna have about middle. Okay, so inside the about middle, we're going to add an item inside the about middle, and inside the item we're going to add an image. And here we're going to have up to four images. So the item is going to be in four places. So I'm going to copy this into 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's going to be our about middle, and then the last one we're going to have is the about bottom. So we have to trace where about middle ends, and then from there we can add our about bottom. You can say about bottom right here, and inside our about bottom we're going to have item class, and inside of the item class we're going to have icon, and then inside the icon we're going to add an image. All right, and after the image we're going to add h3 tag. So h3, and you can say our teaching method. Okay, so after the h3 tag we're going to add a p tag. All right, we're going to add a p tag, and we can say lorem 20, maybe lorem 30. I think that this should be better. Lorem 30. Okay, so I guess this is cool, right? Oh yeah, so let's check it out. So we're gonna have this, and we're going to have this item into 4 places. Okay, the item, we're going to copy it into 4 places. So what we're going to do is we look at the item here, and we're going to have it copy into 3 more times. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3. Okay guys, so this is going to be all for our markup, but we have to add these images. Okay, so I'm going to start importing all the images. So we're going to import here. We're going to say import, we're going to call it about main. This is going to be the main image. So about main from we look into this, and go to our assets folder, and we are looking the about main image. Look at it right here. Okay, so we go over again and import. We're going to import about img1 from this asset. We're going to say about img1. Okay, so I have to import this up to 4 times. So 1, 2, 3. So what I would do is place my cursor here and place my cursor here. Sorry, not here. Place my cursor here and here. So I'm going to change this to 2, come down, change this to 3, come down, change this to 4. So after that, I'm going to import the knowledge icon. So I can say import knowledge icon from, so I'll do this, look into our asset folder, and then we'll call it knowledge. All right, so after the knowledge icon, I have to import the play icon. Right, so I would say import knowledge, sorry, import play icon, say knowledge again, from this, and look into the asset folder and look at the play icon. All right, so we are done with importing the images, so we have to use the images inside of. So the first one we're going to have here under our about left is going to be where the main image will be. So we're going to call the about main. I was supposed to add img to it. Let me add img. So about main.img. okay, so after that I'm going to add to this about middle. So about middle is going to be the about imgs. So here I will say about img1, and I'm gonna copy this. You know what, I'm gonna copy this. Oh, that was a mistake. It was supposed to be here. This is where, this is number 1, so this is gonna be 1, and this is gonna be 2, and 2 right here, and this is gonna be the third one. Oh, what's going on? So this is gonna be the third one, so I'm gonna put 3 here, and then this will be the fourth one, so this is gonna be 4. all right, so after that we still have images to insert. So we'll come here, this is going to be the knowledge icon, and for the 4 of them we're going to use the same knowledge icon. So what we're simply going to do is that we're going to highlight the src, and then we set D here to highlight the next one, D to highlight the next one, then D to highlight the last one. So we can have this, and we want to say we want to insert the knowledge icon. Did I add icon to that knowledge? Yeah, I guess I did. Let me verify this knowledge icon. Yeah, I did. So the last one we have to insert is the play icon. Let me see, the play icon should be, all right, okay, see right here, the play icon. So we have to insert the play icon. Right, so we're going to save this, and we're going to mount this about inside our app.js. all right, so we go over here and we say about, and then we're going to import this. Okay, so we can say here that we want to import about from, and we look into these components, and we look into about, and then look into about, and find the file. All right, we're going to save this, go over to our browser, and let's refresh this. All right, so yeah, we have it right here. You can see the image, you see the play icon, you see the about us, you see the middle images, and then we have the bottom about. All right, so we are done with the HTML markup. So what we're going to do now is to go over to the styling and style all of this out. So guys, let's go there. So we go to our about CSS, and then we're going to start with the about. So we want to say margin top will be 150 pixel, and then we want to have padding. Padding is going to be 50 pixels, and we're going to have 10%. all right, 10%, 50 pixels, 10%, and then we're going to have the width to be 100%. The width is going to be 100%, and then we're going to add background. All right, background is going to be linear gradient, and instead of linear gradient, we're going to have var, our secondary color, and it's going to end at 34%, and then after that we want to add another color. That's going to be a primary color, and for the primary color is we're going to have 35 64%, and then 63%. And after that, we're going to add another color, and that's going to be our secondary color. That's the first color we added initially. So we're going to call our secondary color, and then here is going to be 63%. Okay, so we're done with this styling. Let's go over to the next one. The next one is going to be the about title. So it's an about title. So for the about title, sorry, not this, about title, we're going to add we're going to do margin top. Margin top is going to be 0, right? That's all we're going to do at the about title. All right, so the next one we're going to is about top, the first top part of it. So we're going to have display is going to be flex. So we're going to have align items to be start, not center. We have justify content space between, and then we're going to have margin bottom. Bottom is going to be 70 pixels. All right, so if we go over here to our browser and view this, if I refresh this, I think something is wrong because we're supposed to see the background, but we're not seeing the background yet. So let's verify this and see what is wrong. Okay, check. Okay, I think it's in the spelling, so we didn't add C here, and also for the secondary here we didn't add C. So I'm gonna save that, go over to a browser. Okay, so you can see we have the primary color right here. At first is the primary color, and then here we have the secondary sorry, this is secondary color, right? Yeah, the secondary color, and here we have primary color, and we also have secondary color here. All right, so that's what we're trying to achieve. Okay, so guys, after the about top, we're going to start the about top item left. Okay, so we're gonna say about top the item the left. So about top item left, we're gonna have the flex basis. Flex basis is gonna be 48%, so we're gonna have 48%, and then after that we're gonna have the height of 500. It's gonna be 500 pixels, you know. So after 500 pixels, we want to overflow to be hidden, and then we want border radius of 10 pixels, and then we have the position. The position is going to be relative. All right, so after that we're going to start the play icon, you know, the play icon right inside of it. So what we're going to do now, we're going to say about top again, about top, and then we select the play icon, and then right here we're going to say position is going to be position of the play icon. It's not going to be here, it's going to be position is going to be absolute. Okay, and then we add top. Top is going to be 50%. Now what we're trying to do now is that we want to position it at the center, 50%, and then we want to say left to also be 50%, and then we want to do transform, and we want to translate to minus 50%, comma minus 50%. This is going to place it at the center. Okay, so after this, what we're going to do next is to display it as what's going on, display it as flex, and then we're going to align the items to the center. We're going to justify content to the center also, and then border radius is going to be 50%. Right, 50% like this. So if you go over to our browser right here, let's go to the top. Okay, you can see where it is sitting. Right, it's sitting right here at the center. Okay, so let's go over here, and then flex basis of 48%. Okay, that's okay. So after the play icon, we're going to start the play icon image. Okay, the image right inside the play icon. So we're going to say about top, and we're going to say play icon, and then we look into the image inside the play icon. So the image, you want the width to be about 60 pixels, sorry, not percent. We have the border radius. We want it to inherit the border radius of the play icon icon class. The image is inside of this icon class, so it's going to inherit this border radius. So whatever this is, 50% is going to inherit it. All right, so that's what we want. And then we're gonna add a cursor pointer, all right, because that will be clickable. And we're gonna add a background color of var secondary color, so it's gonna be a secondary color. Okay, and we're gonna be adding, and however, if we're gonna be adding some CSS animation to this, all right. So because of that, we're gonna say about top, and we look into the play icon, and then we use as before, and we want to set the content is going to be an empty string, and we want a position is going to be absolute, and then we want to add a border radius, so it's going to inherit the border radius also from whatever the parent container is. We want the width is going to take 100% width, and it's going to take also height of 100%, and we want the z index to be, you know, -1, because we want it to be under. So we're gonna have background color, we're gonna have our primary color, it's gonna be our primary color variable, and we're going to have an animation. So we're gonna add animation name, so we're going to call it animate play, something like this. Let's just have it something like this, okay. And then we're going to set animation duration right over here, and it's going to be about 2 seconds. And we're going to set animation direction. So animation direction is going to be, it's just going to be normal, you know. And then the last one is animation animation iteration count. What is iteration count? Iteration count here is going to be infinite, because we just want it to, you know, we don't want it to stop, we just want it to be there, infinite. That's incorrect spelling. So we want the animation to be continuous, we don't want it to stop. So below here we're going to define the animation. So we're going to say at keyframe, and we're going to copy this name, animate play. We're going to copy it from here and replace this with the identifier. All right, so this is going to be the identifier. So what we're going to do here is we're going to define at 0%, you know, because at 0% we want the opacity to be 1, and then also at 100%. Of course, we can use to and from and to, but I just want to use 0% and then 100%. So at 100%, what we want to do, we want the width to increase so that it will be visible. So we want the width to be about 150 pixels, sorry, 150% of the parent container. All right. So we want the height to be also 150%, and we want the opacity at this to be 0. Right. Okay. So we have this. Let's head over to. Okay. So you can see. But we need to have it border radius thing. Yeah, we have to add a border radius to this. I think we did. Where is it? I mean, okay, it's under here. We have border radius to be in here. Oh, so that's supposed to be border radius, not border. We're gonna have border radius here, so not border. So here we can have background. That's the background of this is going to be our primary column. So go over here again. Okay, so you can see what we have, but then we want this to be white and not the primary color. So here we're going to add white color instead of primary color. We're going to change it to white. So we're going to go over here and then put white right there. Okay, so it's going to change. Yeah, so it makes sense now. We've achieved our aim. So this is what we wanted. This animation going on, we want it to be infinite and be small. All right, guys, so let's head over to the next one. So we're gonna target we're gonna select the about top img. For the about top img, we're gonna have width of 100%. I mean, that's all for the about top img. And we're going to select about top, and we look at item right, and then we're going to select everything inside the item right, and we want the color to be white color. Everything inside the item right, this is the item right. So here, so we want everything here to be white. This is what we just did. Okay, so we're going to style the item right. So we say about top and item right. Okay, so we're going to set the flex basics to be 48%. Also, so if you go over here, you see, so it's set to 48%. This is 48% and 48%. So I mean, it should have 2% here. Okay, so if we go over here, yeah, we have this part. We should have a space between these. There should be a space. Let's see what is wrong with our code. So let's go over right here and look at item right. Okay, so this is flex. It should be flex basis. Okay, I think I should fix that. Alright, great. So yeah, that fixed it. So this is really making sense. Okay, so we're gonna continue with styling all of these. So guys, we will go over to okay, so we're going to start the paragraph test, this paragraph test inside of this place. So that's the next thing we're targeting. So for the paragraph test, we're going to say about top. It's going to be about top, and we look at the item right, and then we look at the P, that's the paragraph. So for the paragraph, we're going to have font sizing of 16 pixels, and then we're going to have margin bottom of 15 pixels, and that's going to be all for that. So we're going to go over to the about middle. So about middle. So for the about middle, we're going to display it to be flex, and then we're going to have align item center. I'm going to have justify contents space between. I mean, that's all for the about middle. So we go to the about middle item. So we do this about middle and dot item. So for the item, we're going to have overflow. Overflow is going to be hidden. We're going to have flex basis. For the basis is going to be 24%. Sorry, 24, not 25. 25 is going to take the full weight. It's going to be 24%. So we're going to add height of 300 pixels, and then we're going to add box shadow. So it's going to be our variable box shadow. Okay, so we're going to look into the image that we place at the about middle. So we're going to say about middle img, or the images inside the about middle. So we want the width to be 100%. We don't want it to go beyond that. All right, so after that, we're going to select, let me go to the page. Let's see what we have already. Okay, so you see we have these images. So what we want to do is that we want this image and this image to, this image and this image to, go down a little bit, to have some pattern top. Okay, so we're going to select only these two images, and then the first and the third will remain the same, but the second and the fourth, we're going to take it down a little bit. All right, so let's go over here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say that the about middle the item, and then we're going to select the end child. So the end child we're selecting here is the second. All right, we're selecting the second child, and then here we're selecting the fourth child also. So we're going to select here fourth child. So for these two, we're going to add margin top of about 100 pixels. So we're just adding the margin top to them. So if I go up back to, so you see margin top is being added, so they slide down a little bit. All right, so let's continue. So we are done with this. We are done with the about middle. This is about top, we're done with it. This is about middle, we're done with it. So we are going to start the about bottom. Okay, so for this, you can add more content here if you want. All right, so we go over to the about bottom, and for our about bottom, we are going to put margin top is going to be 70 pixels. 70 pixels, and then we're going to display it as flex, and we're going to justify, we're going to align items stretched. So let that we're going to be stretch, and then we're going to have justified content to be spaced between. All right, that's going to be all for this one. So we head over to the about bottom item. All right, looking into the item we have. So we're going to say the flex basis is going to be about 24%, and then 24%, and then we're going to have overflow. We're going to add hidden to it. So when it overflows, we want it to be hidden. So we want padding of 20 pixels, and we want border radius of 10 pixels. Sorry, you can say border radius of 10 pixels, and we want to add a box shadow to it. So we're going to say a box shadow, the box shadow variable, and then lastly we're going to add the background. We want the background to be white, so we're going to add a var white color. All right, guys, so that's going to be that for that one. So I have to look into the icon. All right, the icon that we place inside of it. Let me go down here and check. Did we? Okay, yeah, we added this to it, icon. You can see the icon. So we want to start this icon and also start the image inside of it. So if we go here, this is what we have. So it doesn't look good. We have to start the icon. So we have to go over here to our about the CSS class, CSS file, and then inside of here we're going to select the about bottom, and then we're going to call it the icon, and then we say we want to display it to be flex. All right, it's going to be display flex. We're going to align the item to the center. We're going to justify the content to the center also, and we want the width to be about 70 pixels, and we want the height is going to be the same, 70 pixels, and then we're going to have border radius of 50 pixels because we want it to be rounded circle, and then we have margin to be 0 auto, and then 10 pixels, and we're gonna have the background color. Background color is going to be primary color, primary color. Okay, so we're going to now select the image. So we're going to say about bottom. We look into the icon and then select the image inside of the icon. So we just want the width to be about 40 pixels. That's all we have. So the next we're going to start is the h3 tag. So we're going to say about bottom and about bottom h3 tags, all the h3 tags in about bottom. So we're going to text align to be center, and then we want the margin to be 15 auto, right? Gonna be 15 auto, and we want the font width to be about 600, and then we want text transform to be uppercase. We just want all the letters to be in uppercase letter. Okay, so after that we're going to start the about bottom, or the paragraph about bottom p, or the paragraphs inside. So then we're going to add font sizes of 16 pixels, and then we're going to add font weight of 500. All right, guys, that's going to be all for that. Let's go over to our website and see what we have. All right, so you can see this makes sense. I think we said that we want this to be, the background to be primary color. Oh yeah, that's the problem here. We added into this. So come over here. Okay, so we have this now. Okay, guys, so we're done with this, but we have to look at the responsiveness. We have to work on the responsiveness using media query. So we can go to inspect this page to see what it looks like. So other sections are looking really nice, but look at this. This does not look nice because the image, look at the icon, where the icon is, it doesn't make any sense at all. So we have to look into working on this. And then also look at this, the about middle is not looking nice, and then the about bottom is also not looking nice at all. All right, so we have to head over to our CSS now to start styling all of that. Okay, so we start with one of, say this is where the media query start. All right, so for the media query, we are first of all going to be targeting the max width. We'll say at media, and then we want to say at max width of 1204 pixels. 1204 pixels, and then we want to select the about middle item. So for the about middle item, we're going to add height of 280 pixels. All right, so that's going to be all for that. And then we're going to target again at screen of 991. So we're going to say max width of 991 pixel. We want to select the about middle. So for the about middle, we're going to add the flex wrap, so it's going to wrap. Okay, and then after that, after this, we're going to add about middle and then item. So for the about middle item, we're going to say flex basis. Flex basis is going to be 48.5%, and then we also will look at the margin bottom at 15 pixels, and then height about 350 pixels. Okay, so after that, we will go over to we're going to select the about middle, and then we're going to select the item. Remember, the first, the second, and the third, we're going to say the end child. So we're going to select the second also, and we're going to select the fourth. Okay, second and fourth, and we're going to remove the margin top. So margin top is going to be 0. Remember, we added the margin top to it, so we are removing the margin top. All right, so we come down a little bit, and we're going to add another media query, and then at this time, this is going to be at max width of 768. So 768 pixel. So at 768 pixel, we're going to select the about bottom. Let's say about bottom. So for the about bottom, we're going to add a flex wrap. So we want it to wrap. Okay, so that I can go to the next section. And then this one, we're going to add about bottom also. Select about bottom, and then the item in the about bottom, we're going to add flex basics. So the flex basics is going to be 48.5%. And then after that, we're going to add margin bottom of 15 pixels, and that's going to be for that. So the next screen that we're going to be targeting, at media max width of 700 pixels. Okay, that's the next screen we're targeting. So for 700 pixels, we're going to select the about top. So for the about top, we're going to add flex wrap. So you're going to wrap, and we're going to select the about top item left and item right. So we say about top the item left, bring it as this, and then item right. Okay, so I'm gonna set the flex basics to be 100%. So they're gonna feel they're gonna have 100% weight. That's what that means. So we're gonna select the about top, the item left, and we want to change the order. So we're gonna add order of, let me leave at order of 1. Let me show you what this does. Okay, this refreshes. So we have this. Okay, so it comes at order of 1. So you see that the about comes before before this. We have the about to the left, we have this. So when I said this for the about left, when I said, wait, I think we're having a little issue. At max width of 700, we're setting the about top and bottom to be 100. This flex basis of 100%, but here it's not giving us 100%. What is wrong? Let me check. It's not giving us what we want. All right, so let's check it out and see where the problem is coming from. Where is it? Let's go to our code and about top item. Let's go here and make sure we are getting the right thing. Yeah, about top item left, and then we have item right. Okay. Okay, so the reason is because after adding this about top item left, I was supposed to add comma here. So I'll add our comma here, come over to the page, and yeah, so we have this. Okay, so you see we have images, we're gonna have text, we're gonna have images, and then we're gonna have images. So what I want to do is that I want this image to come up right here while the about us comes down. All right, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change this to, for the item left, I want the item left to be number 2 to become the second one. That's the left. So this is the left. All right, this is the left here, and this is the right. So I want the left now to become the number 2. So I'm going to change this to 2. So go over here, let's see, let me see if I about top the item left, is that correct? Okay, yeah, that's correct. So we're gonna have order to be 2. Okay, so it comes to the second. So if I comment this out and comes over to my page, you see that the swap position, it becomes, it's number 1. All right, it's number 1. So we can actually have it this way, or we can bring it to the second. So I'm taking it to be the second one. All right, so I want this image to display after about us, because here we have images. So after images, we should have a text before another image. So that's why I'm going to place it to be 2 right there. So it will swap the position. So you can see, yeah, it swaps to become the second one. Okay, so that's going to be all for this one for media query of 700. So we're going to get over to the next one. We're going to be targeting another screen, and the screen we are going to be targeting at max width. The screen is going to be 576 pixel, and then we're going to be selecting the about middle and about middle item. And for the about middle item, we're going to have the height of 400, and we're going to have flex basis first basis of 100%. It'll be 100%. All right, so after that, we're going to add we're going to target the about bottom the item also. So we're going to have the flex basis to be 100% also. All right, and then the last thing we're going to target, the last screen we're going to target is the max width of 425. Right, we're going to have 425 pixel, and then at 45 pixels we're going to have the about top, and we select the left item. So for the left item now, we're going to have height. So the height is going to be about 350 pixels. Okay, I think we are done with the responsiveness. So as you can see right here, what we have here, you can see this image fits exactly to the screen. I mean, and this one also, they're all fixed at the screen. We can decide to decrease this. You can see it will respond to the screen size. You can take a look at this, and yeah, then this is the list. Okay guys, we've gotten to this one. I think what is left is this. When we click on this, when we click on this, we want to play an image. That's what we're going to do next. Okay, so for the video, when we click on this, we want the video to display. What we're going to do is we're going to head over to our VS Code, and I'm going to close up this. So inside the components, let me close this a little bit. So inside of the components, go to source and then to component. Inside the component folder, I'm going to create a folder and I call it video player. And then inside the video player, I'm going to create a file, call it video player.jsx, and then I'm going to create another file. It's going to be video player.css. All right, I'll come over to here, RAFCE, and then what I'm going to do is that inside of this, we're going to have pretty a little markup. It's not going to be much for the video player. All right, so inside of here, we're going to add a class name. So the class name is going to be video player, right? Video player. And then inside of the video player, we're going to add a video tag, and inside this video tag, we're going to import a video tag. So I'm going to first of all import the CSS video player.css, and then I'm going to import let me call it student video from this, and I'm going to call this again and look into my assets folder, and then I'll be looking for student video or video. What's the name of this file? It should be student video. Let me see, do we have something like that? Okay, let me see if I have import student video from assets. Yeah, assets, the student video that we have, student video. Okay, let me check it out. Let me go to our asset folder and see. Yeah, we have this right here. We have the student video right there. This is it. So we can say student video .mp4. There's an mp4 file. Okay, import that from student video. So inside here, we're going to use the student video. Okay, and what we're going to do next now is that inside of this, we're going to say autoplay, so that when it clicks, when it's being clicked, we just want to get the autoplay, and then we want to add controls, and also we're also going to mute it. We don't want the video to disturb anybody unless the user just wants to unmute it. So we're going to have something like this, and we're going to mount it in our app.js. So we're going to come over to our app.js right here, and then we're going to mount the video player. We're going to mount the video player, and we're going to import the video player. All right, so if I come over to this video player, okay, if I come over here, what is going on? All right, so if I come over to here, you see this is the video right there. Yeah, as you can see, it's playing, but we have to style it with our CSS so that it will look nice. Okay, so let's go over to our CSS now to get it style. So we go to video.css. So the first element we're going to select is the video player. That's the class, the element with the class name video player, and we're going to add position to be fixed. position is going to be fixed for this, and then we're going to add top to be 0, top 0. We're going to add width to be 100 view width, and then we're going to add height to be 100 view height, and we're going to add the display to be flex. We're going to align items to be center. We're going to justify content center, and then we're going to add Z index. It's going to be about maybe 1000 or thereabout. We just wanted to, it's going to be on all other elements. So we're going to add background, and the background we're going to use RGBA. It's going to be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.9. All right, that's going to be at the value of the background. So if we go over here, okay, you see we have this, but we have to start the video element. All right, so we head over here. Now we're gonna be hiding this. I mean, this thing is only meant to display when a user clicks on the play icon button. So we're gonna add a hidden class to it. So what we're going to do is that we're gonna select the video player again. We say video player with hide class. So we're gonna say display none. We don't want to display anything. And then we're going to start the video tag. All right, so the element. So we're gonna say the height is gonna be auto. All right, the height. We're gonna say height is gonna be auto. All right, the height is gonna be auto. So, and then for the max height, the maximum height is going to be about let's say 95%. Okay, so maximum height is going to be about 95%, and then the width is going to be about 90%. So it's not going to take the full width, so we should give it a little spacing at the right and bottom. And then we want a border radius to be about 5 pixels. So we're done with the CSS stuff. I mean the CSS styling. So if we go over to our application, so you see how it looks like. I mean, it looks really great. So if I go to this video and then add a class of height right here, height, and then I come over here, you're not gonna see it again. I mean, that should disappear. Yeah. So it's gonna be like this until when this button is being clicked. So when the button is being clicked, the video pops up. All right, and then yeah, that's gonna be it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to write a script that's going to handle that the opening and the closing when we click on this on this play icon for the video to play. Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to go over to our CSS, sorry, to our video.jsx, sorry, video.jsx. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is that we're going to set I mean, we're not going to start working here yet. We're going to go back to where this video is is located, and then okay, yeah, this video icon is located at the about. So we're going to be working on the about components and also on the video player component. Okay, so let's go over to our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so the functionalities for this cannot be here because cannot just be here alone, because we have this to be in 2 places. Okay, these are 2 separate components. So when we click on this, we're going to trigger that component, and when we click a part of that component, it's going to close the video player. All right, so what we're going to do is that we're going to pass props to this component, and also we're going to pass prop to the video player component. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to our app.js. This is what we're going to define, because this is the app.js. The app.js houses both the video player component and then the about component. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a state variable here, and then we're going to pass those state variable as a component to, as a prop to the about. So the about is going to receive only one prop. It's going to receive just the prop. All right, the prop is going to receive the prop, and it's going to receive the setup function, not the prop. The about is going to receive the setup function, so that when we click on this, it's going to set it to either hide. Yeah, it's going to set it to show, because when we click on this, it should show the video player. All right, and that is all that the about will receive. But for the video player is going to receive both the prop and also the setup function, so that it knows when to display and when to go off. Okay, so let me do what I'm explaining so that you will understand it. So here we're going to set a state, and the state is going to be hide. We're going to call it hide video player. All right, so we want to say set hide video player. Okay, and we're going to set it to useState. We're going to use the useState hook, and we are setting it to true now. So setting to true means that we are hiding it. Is hidden. All right, it's being hidden. That's what it means. Because if you go to our video player here, you can see we have this hidden, but that's not necessarily why it is hidden yet. Because if I remove this, it's not going to be hidden anymore. All right, so having done this here, let's start with opening it first. So inside of this place, we're going to pass. Okay, now let's deal with this first. Let's deal with the video player first. So inside this video player, we're going to pass both the hide video state and then the setup function. So what we're going to do now is we'll go to video player here, and then we'll use this variable name. So let's copy these two variable name. These two, one is a state, and the other one is a function. So we'll come to video player right here, and we're going to destructure them. So we'll place them right inside of this place like this. And having set this, we will go back to the app.js, and then inside the video player here, we're going to paste this again, but then in this time we'll remove this, and we'll say this is equal to the same hide video player, and then this one will be equal to, we're sending the passing the props of set hide video player. Okay, so this one is a state, and this one is a function. So you can see the coloring is different. So in the video player, we now have it. Now what we're going to do is that if hide is set to true, then we're going to add the hide to it. But if it is set to false, then we are going to remove this hide so that it can display it. All right, so what we're going to do now is we come over here and say we're going to use the template literals. So in the template literals, we're going to add the video player first. We're going to cut this and add it inside of here, and then for this other one, for the hide is going to be dynamic. So for the hide, we want to check if the hide video player is true. So we want to say hide video player. If the hide video player is true, that we should hide it, then we're going to use the hide or add the hide class, else we will add nothing. All right, else we add nothing, so we're going to remove this. Okay, so we are done with this one. So what we're going to do is we go over to our screen and refresh. Okay, so the hidden hide is set to true. So since hide is set to true, it's going to be true. Let's go over to app.js, and then we're going to change this to false. So it means hide video player means false. False means that it's not being hidden, so it's going to show on the screen. So we'll go over to our screen right here, so you can see the video comes up. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing. I think for us to be able to close this, when we click outside of this, not inside of this video, when we click outside of this video, we want to close this, but when we click inside of this video, we want to pause it or to play it again. So in order to achieve this, we have to target the element that houses the video. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, and this is where the set video player function comes to play. All right, so what we're going to do is that we're going to declare not inside here, it's inside this video player, sorry. So inside this place, before the return function, let me give a little space before the return function. So we're going to declare a variable player, and then we're going to say player is going to be useRef. Okay, let me import this useRef, the React hook, useRef. Okay, and then we are going to set this video player, because this is the house, this is the element that houses the video player. So when we click on this element, not on this video, only on this element, we want to hide the video player. Okay, so what we're going to do is right here, I'm going to reference this one as the player. So I'm going to say player. All right, so this player here is refers to this deal. Okay, so what we want to do now is that when we click on this, right, when we click on this element, we want to close the video player. So but we're going to declare we're going to have a function here. So we're going to say const handle hide video player. So under handle hide video player, we're going to set it to an arrow function, and then for the arrow function, we want to say, now we want to target this element, so we have to pass the e here, and then what we want to do is that we want to say if the element that we target, all right, is the same thing as the player reference, player dot current. All right, if it is exactly this element, not whatever that is inside of it, if it is this element, all right, what we want to do is that we want to call the function the set video player function. We want to call it, we want to call set hide video player, and we want to set it to true. We want to hide it. That's what it means. So when we click outside of it, we want to hide it. So we have to add on-click event on this. So on-click event, you want to say handle video player hide. Okay, that's all for it. That's all we need to do here. So let's go and test it out. Moment of truth. We're going to refresh this. Okay, so we have the video player. Okay, so we click inside, it works. But now let's click outside. All right, let's click outside and see what happens. I think something is wrong. We're gonna trace what is wrong. We are clicking outside, but it's not giving us what we want. So let's go over to our code and see what is wrong. I think everything is okay. Okay, so let's head over to our page and refresh again. So we click on this, the video is being paused, then we click outside there. Okay, yeah, it's working now. All right, so we can refresh this again, and then now the thing is that we don't have to click. If you watch this is still part of the video right here. If you're clicking here, it's part of the video, but when you click right outside of here, it works. Okay, so what we can do is that we can go to video.css, and for the video here, the width, we can decrease the width probably to maybe 90%, yeah, to create more space. So when we come here and refresh, and yeah, so now you can see we have more space. Like from here you can see the space. So when I click here, this closes. All right, so this is working as expected. So the next thing we need to do is to add a click event. When we click on this, we want the video player to pop up. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to head over to our app.js, and then here, this is where we're going to pass a setup function to this this component, to the about component, so that when we click, we want a setter function to set it to true, so that to set it to false, set it to false, so that it will close it up. So what we're going to do now is we're going to copy set video this, we'll copy it, we'll come to the about, we place it, and then we say equal to this, same thing, and then we will go to our about set video player, we'll go to our about component, and inside the about component here, we're gonna pass it as props. All right, so we're gonna destructure it and pass it like this as props. Okay, so having passed this as props, what we're simply going to do next is to add a click event to the video player icon, this video player icon right here. So we're gonna say on click, and we want to use an arrow function. We want to call this function, all right, this function. So we want to say set hide video player. We want to set it to false. That's all. So we are setting it to false. So whenever we click on that, this button, I want this function to run and set it to false. So moment of truth, let's come here, refresh the whole page. It comes up again as usual. So we click outside of this place and it's closed. Then we're going to click on this, it comes up again. So what we're going to do is we go over to the app.js and then set this to true. So it should be hidden, it should be hidden when this website is initially loaded. So let's say we reload the page. Yeah, so it should look like this. And then when we click on this, it comes up. Click outside of this, it's closed. Click this, it comes up again. So this is closed. Click on this, comes up again. We can click on the video, it will play or course, and click aside here. All right, guys. So we're done with this section. So we'll be moving over to the next section. So let's jump back to our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so the next section we're going to be creating is the gallery section. All right, so I'm going to close all of this. So I will go over to, let me close all of this and then hop over to my src components. So inside the components folder, I'm going to create gallery, and then inside here I'm going to create gallery.jxx, and then inside of here again I'm going to create gallery.css. Okay, so inside of the JXS folder, I'm going to do FRCE, and then we have this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import the CSS. So I'm going to say gallery.css. CSS. All right, so inside of here we're going to have a class to this. So it's going to be gallery. Class name. Add class name to this. Class name is going to be gallery, and then we're going to add a wrapper class to it. So we're going to have wrapper class. So, and inside of here we're going to bring our title title component. All right, so I'm going to import the title component. So here we will set the props. The title, the props is going to be campus pictures, locally campus, or we can say campus memories. All right, campus memories. And then we have the title text. So we're going to set the title text to be explore the collections of our student pictures in campus. Okay, so that's going to be all for the title, and then we're going to have a div right here with the class name galleries, and inside of this div we're going to place item into it, and then inside of this item we're going to place an img, and we're going to have up to how many for initial display we're going to have up to 4 items. So we're going to have this 2 3 4, and after the 4th one we're going to go out of the galleries. All right, out of the galleries we go right here, and then we're going to add a button, the button, right, and we're going to add a span tag, into this, and then we're gonna add a text to it. We're gonna say more photos. All right, more photos, something like this. Okay, so we have to import the pictures that we're going to use for this. We're gonna import 4 pictures. So the first one, we're gonna say import, we're gonna call it gallery one from, so this into this, and we look into our asset folder, and we look at about img4. We're gonna use the about img4 here, and then I'm gonna import gallery 2 from this asset to the asset folder, and I'm going to import gallery 2. I've got gallery 2 image, so I'm going to say import gallery. It's going to be gallery 3 from, look into this, go over, look into this, and look into our asset folder, and then I have the gallery 3, right, gallery 3 right there, and then I can just duplicate this, and then have here gallery 4. And then for the image, that's going to be about image 3, about img 3. Okay, so inside of here, we are going to, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to highlight all of these, or the 4 of them, and I will remove this. I will say gallery 1, and all of them not 1. So I will remove this, put 2, remove this and put 3, remove this, and then put 4. Okay, so I think we are done with the HTML structure. So we're gonna head over here and mount this right here, the gallery, the component. We're gonna mount the component on the app.js. So we have this, and I want this to come up. I want to import it. So this is it. I import the gallery right here. So save it. We go over to our browser, and we should be expecting it. Let me refresh this. There, it should disappear. Yeah, it does. All right, let's go down to the bottom, and then this is the gallery section. You can see. So we have the campus memories. We have explored this, but this doesn't really look nice. I just wanted to show you that we already have it here. I think we are making a mistake here. We are importing the same image. You can see 2 of them image, the same image. So no, this should not be. We go over to Angular.jsx, and we see, okay, instead of 3, we have 4. All right, so let's head over to gallery.jx and then start our styling. So we're gonna start with the gallery. We're gonna be selecting the gallery, and then we say margin top is going to be 100 pixels. All right, and then we head over to the galleries, and for the galleries, we're gonna margin top to be about 40, and then we're gonna have a margin bottom to be about 20, and then we're gonna have the display to be flex, and we want to align item center, and we want to justify content space between. All right, the next thing we're going to select the galleries item. So we're going to say .galleries .item, and then we're going to see that flex basis is going to be 24%, and then we head over to the height to be 295 pixels, and then we have the border radius about 5 pixels, and then we have box shadow, and then we call our box shadow variable. All right, okay, so after that we are going to move, we're going to add overflow. So overflow is going to be hidden, and then the last thing we're going to add is the cursor is going to be the pointer. All right guys, so let's go ahead. So the next thing we're going to start is the galleries item image. So we're going to say galleries item img, which is for image, and we want to just set the width to 100%. all right, 100% of whatever the parent container is. All right, so after that we're going to start the btn, the gallery btn. So we want to say gallery gallery.btn, and we want to say that the width should be about 200 px, and we want to say that text align should be centered and centered. So we want a text transform, we want it to be capitalized. So we're going to say text transform, we want it to be in uppercase, and then not lastly, we want the left to be about 50%, and then we want to transform, and then we want to translate minus 50%. Okay, so let's look at our screen and see what we have. Go back to our website. All right, so you can see what we have here, but this button is not seated where it is supposed to. Let's see why. We have galleries.ptm. We have width about 200. Let's increase this about 210. Let's see what happens. We want it to be. We want the text to. This doesn't look nice. Let me add capitalize for it. Let me say capitalize. Yeah, this should look better. Capitalize. Refresh this. Wait, galleries.btn. Let me save this and see why. Go back to browser. It's not working. Why? Let's check it out again. We have galleries.btn. Let's go to gallery. Oh, sorry, that's not gallery. Let me check again. Oh, the btn is not inside the gallery. It's not inside. It's inside the oh wait, we have gallery. Yeah, gallery.btn. Let me see. Oh yeah, so it's gallery, not galleries. So it's gallery.btn. Okay, so yeah, we have it right here at the same time. So this is what it looks like, and then we have all of this. Okay, I think we have to work on the responsiveness of this. Okay, so if I inspect this, it doesn't really look good on the same screen. So let's go right down and see what it looks like. Okay, so you see it doesn't look good at all. So we have to style this. We have to add css query, css media query to this. So what we're going to do is that we head over here and we say this is our media section, media query section. So for the media query, we're going to target first of all 911. Let me go here and show you what I mean. So if I type 911 as the screen size, you see it doesn't look at that wide. It means that the image is not filling the whole card. So we have to start targeting from there. So we can say at media and max width of 991 pixel. So what we want to do is that we want to target the galleries, and then we want to flex wrap to wrap. Okay, that's the first thing, and the second thing we're going to select is the galleries item. So we're going to select the galleries the item, and then we'll go to flex basis. So at this point, the flex basis is not going to be about 25%. It's going to be about 48.5%, and then we're going to have margin bottom to be 15, and then after margin bottom, we're going to have the height to be 350 pixel. Okay, so I think that should make more sense. So you see how it's adjusted, but there's a little problem. There should be a space in between. Let's see why we're not getting the space in between. That items, if we use 48, let's see what 48% is going to give us. Oh, sorry, that's not supposed to be flexible. Flex basis. Yeah, that's the problem. So flex basis. Okay, yeah, see, it creates that space in between them. All right. So after that, the next screen we're going to target is 576. So, and I will show you if we go over here and with the 576. So I'm going to go down. So at the same time, you see this. It doesn't make sense. So we're going to start from that. So we're going to say media and max width of 576 pixel. What we're going to do is that we're going to target the galleries item. So for the galleries item, we're going to say the flex basics. Flex basis. What am I doing? Flex basis is going to be 100%. it's gonna be 100%, and we want the height. We want the height to be about 400 pixels, so something like this. And then the last, we're gonna target the last screen is gonna be at media. We're gonna have the max width of 375 px, and then we're going to have the galleries item also, and then the height is going to be about 350. Okay, so we head over here, let's see what we've got. Let's see, so it's responsive here, so we can go to 420, it's still okay. We go to this, it's still okay. We go to 320, you can see it's still okay. All right, so well, I mean, this is okay. So the next section, we're still working on this section. We have to work on this button. When we click on this button, we want to pop up other images, but then we have to create another component first. All right, so let's head over here, and then let's create a new component. So the component we're going to create now is gallery photos. Okay, so we're going to go back to the components folder, and inside this folder we're going to create gallery photos. That's what we're going to call it, and then we're going to add gallery photos.jsx, and then we're going to add gallery photos.css. All right, so we go to gallery photos, REFCE, and then we have this, so we have to import the CSS. So we have gallery photos right here, .css. Okay, so that's all for that. So we go over to this place, so we're gonna add a class name first of all, and we're gonna call the class name gallery photos. All right, and then after this we're going to add a div. Right, we're gonna add a div, and the div is going to be we're gonna call it photo. All right, so the div is going to be photo, and then after the div we're going to add an image. So the image here we're going to leave it like that for now. We're going to leave the image empty for now. So after that we're going to add, after the photo here, we come out of the photo, and then we're going to add another class, and that's going to be preview. So that's going to be for previous. All right, and then here we're going to add an image also. So we will come over here and then add another one. This one will be nest. All right, and we're going to add an image inside of this nest. Okay, so after that we'll come down here. After this div we come down here, and then we're going to add a span tag with a name, with a class name close gallery. All right, so it's going to be the close gallery, and inside we're going to add ampersand times. Okay, so this is what we're going to have, and I think we're done with the markup. But we have to import these images that we're going to use right here. So first of all we're going to import the photos images. So what we're going to do right there is that we're going to say import photos from, look into our asset folder, and then we want to say photos. All right, so this photos is a JS file. All right, if I open it, so here what it contains are images. So we have images here, so, and it's an object that has almost eight images. So we have first picture, second, third, fourth till the eighth one. So that's the photo. And then the next thing we're going to import, we're going to import we're going to call it the previous icon. So for the previous icon, prev icon, so we're going to import it from this to assets, and then we're going to call it back icon. Okay, and then I'm going just to copy this to the next, and I'm going to have next icon, and then here I'm going to change this to next icon. So I think that's all we need to do with respect to the markup. All right, so what is left is the styling and then the functionality, but let's style it first. I'm going to mount it on the app.js. Okay, we already have it here. No, gallery photos. So we're going to do it right here. We're going to import here. We're going to say gallery photos. So we're going to import. We're going to import this. So this is gallery photos. So we can go to our front end, and let me refresh this. This gallery photos not fine. That should disappear. Okay. So I think we've not added any images yet, so it's not displaying anything at all. All right, it's not displaying anything. Let's go over to the galleries. Let's have the image, at least the next icons. So the next icon should be up. Let's go here, gallery photos, and then for this is the previous icon, so we're going to add prev icon, and then for the next icon here we're going to add next icon. So these are the two icons we're going to add here. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to style this. So we go to gallery photos.css. So the first element we'll target, the first class we're targeting is the gallery photos. So for the gallery photos, we want the position to be fixed, position fixed, and then we want it the top to be 0, t0, I want the background to be RGBA. I want to be 0, 0, 0, 0.85. all right, so after that we're going to add set index of 1000, and we're going to add height to be 100 view height, and we're going to add width of 100 view width. Yeah, that's all for that. So we're going to, for this gallery photos, we're going to add height functionality. All right, sorry, height class. So when we add a height class to it, we don't want to display it, so we're going to say display none. All right, so that's all going to be for the height. And the next thing, we're going to target the photo. So we say gallery photos dot photo. So each of the photos that we have, so we're going to say width is going to be 80%, and then we will say that height is going to be inherent. All right, going to inherit the height. We're going to say overflow going to be hidden. Overflow will be hidden. We want the margin to be auto. We want the display is going to be none. All right, display is going to be none. I'm going to say display none for now, and display none, and then we're going to have the align items to be center, and then we're going to justify content center. We want padding top to be 20, and padding top to be 20, and we'll have the padding bottom to also be 20. Okay, so we're not going to display all the pictures at the same time, all the photos at the same time, so we're going to display them one at a time. So that's why we are hiding them, displaying now, we're hiding all the photos. But now when we add a class name to the gallery photos photo, all right, the active, So when we add the class active to it, so we want to display it to be flex. We want to deflex. All right. So initially, all of them are going to be hidden. That's what we are trying to do here. Display is going to be known, but when the class active is being added to this, then that particular picture should display, and then others will remain display known. All right. So that is what we are trying to achieve with that class. So we have to style the images that we're going to have inside of there. So the images, we're going to say gallery photos, the photo, and then img. So for this one, we're going to have the height to be 100%, and then we're going to have the width to be auto. The width is going to be auto. We want a mean width. The minimum width is going to be 50%. That's the minimum width. And then we can look at the transition is going to be 0.5 second. Let me use 1 second. Seconds, okay. So after this, what we're going to, let's look at what we have. Okay, so you can see what we have already. The images are hidden, so so we've not loaded the images, but we're going to load it in a minute. So we're going to style this, the next and the previous button. So what we're going to do now is say gallery photos dot next, and then put a comma, bring this down, delete the comma. We can say previous. So for the two of them, we're going to display them as flex, display flex, and then we want to say align item to be center. We want to justify content center. We want position to be absolute. We want the height to be 50, and then we want the width to also be 15, and then after that we want to add border radius of 50% so that it can give us a rounded circle, and then we want the background to be our secondary color variable, and then after the background we want the top to be 50%, and then we want to transform, and then want to translate y to minus 50%. Okay, and then the last thing we want to add the cursor. The cursor is going to be pointer. So let's go over here and see what we have. So you can see what we have right here. All right, let's move on to styling the height and the styling the height. Also, what we're going to do now is when we click next to the last image, we want to hide the next, and when we click previous icon to the first image, we want to hide the previous icon. So we want to add the CSS class for that. So I'm going to say gallery image.next.hide. All right, I'm going to copy this down, and this one is going to be previous. All right, so when this class is being added, the hidden class is being added to it, so it just get hidden. All right, so here we're going to say display. This display is going to be none. That's just all. Display will be none. All right, so let's now style the images inside of this prev and image, and then I'm going to copy this down, and I'll come here and say prev for the previous, and you can have this over here. So for the image, we just want the width to be about 30px. So let's head over to one and see what we've got. Okay, so it gets inside. We can make it a little smaller or bigger, but for now let's just leave it for 30 pixels. Okay, so we have to, the next thing we have to do is to separate this. We want the next to go to the right, we want the other one to come to the left. Okay, so what we're going to do is that we're going to pick the nest. We'll pick the nest and then bring it right here. And what we want to do is that for the nest, we want the right to be about 50 pixels, and then we're going to pick the previous right here. For the previous, we want the left to be about 50 pixels. Okay, so, and then lastly we're going to start the close gallery, so the button that we're responsible for closing the gallery. So position is going to be absolute. We want the top to be about 10 pixels, the right to be about 50 pixels, and then font size to be 40 pixels, and color is going to be, we're going to set it to our white color variable. We're going to call it var white color, and then we're going to have our cursor to be pointer, and then lastly we're going to add opacity to it. So opacity is going to be 0.8. so let's save this, go over to, so you can see the close. This is the close button. So we have the next and the previous. So what is left now is our image. We have to load the image. That's all we need to do right now. Okay, so what we're going to do is that first of all we're going to be setting some states. Okay, some state variable. Now another thing again that we're going to look at, we have to consider, is that this let's go back to the okay, so if we go down to the so you discover that this the button to open this is in the galleries. All right, and then what we're working on is the gallery photos. So these are two different components, and then they are both child components to the app.js. So we are going back to the app.js and we're going to create a function, and we're gonna create a state there. So we're going to go over to the app.js, and then right here what we're going to do is that we want to set a state. We want to initialize a state. We say hide gallery. Okay, and then we want to say set hide gallery. Okay, so we want to use state. So we want to say we're setting it to true. True means it's hidden. Hide true, it's true. So after this, first of all excuse me, first of all we're going to pass this to we're going to pass it to the gallery, and also we're going to pass it to the gallery photos. All right, so let's we're going to pass these two functions. Sorry, not a function. We're going to pass the state and the set state function to the gallery photos. So we're going to copy this tool, copy it, come over here, and then paste this here. And so you're gonna say this is equal to this hide gallery. This is the state, and then this is a function that sets the state. So this is the setter function. So we call this set hide gallery. Set hide gallery. All right, so it means that gallery photos will be expecting this. All right, so we will go over to gallery photos and then go to, and we're going to destructure it. So we're going to have something like this. Okay, all right, so we have not displayed the photos, and I think that's the next thing we're going to do, and this is where we're going to display the photos here inside of this place. And there are a lot of photos that we have. They are not just one. I think they are about 8. So we're going to display them inside of this place. So we're gonna map through the these photos. So what we're going to do, we say if we have photos this like this, and if there are photos in the photo is not empty, so we're going to say photos dot map, and then inside of here we're going to say item and then index. We don't need the I for the index because it has, this photos has ID. It has ID, so there's no need for that index. Okay, so we will, this arrow function, we call it this way, and then we're going to pass all of this inside of here. All right, I'm going to keep it inside of here. And what we're going to do next is that we're gonna pass a key to this. So we're gonna say key is equal to item. Yeah, it's gonna be what we have right inside here. So it's gonna be item.id. Okay, so that is what's going to be the name. And then for the photo here, we're going to pass item. I think we use the word pic. Let me check what we, oh, this should be a map function, not ma. I think we use pic. Let me check again. Let me look into that. Okay, photo, not pic. We use photo. So we'll come over here and say item.photo. Yeah, item.photo. Okay, so we can save this and go to our browser and see what we've got. Okay, we are currently not seeing anything. I mean, why? Let's check and see why. Check and see why. So we have item.photo here. Okay, so for the photo, I think we added, let's go to our CSS. I think we added none. Okay, so we added none here. The photo is displaying none. And then we say when it is active, then we can display flag. So what we can do now to preview one of the photos is when we say active like this. All right, come over here and refresh. Okay, so it's gonna show all of them, but the overflow is hidden, so that's why we're just seeing only one image right here. Okay, so I guess that's that is solved. So how do we now display one image at a time? So what we're going to do is that we're going to, first of all, we're going to use this, what we have here, this set gallery, and we're going to use it to either hide this component entirely or not. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to use template literals. So I'm going to say pass this and cover it up, and this gallery photos, I'm going to cut this and place it right here. And then okay, so I'm gonna place this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to check the hide gallery. So in order to hide or show the gallery, I'm going to check if the hide gallery is true, set to true, that I'm going to hide it. Else if it's not set to true, then I'm going to leave it. So we're going to save this, go over to here, refresh and see what we have. So you see that the hide gallery is set to true. That's why the gallery is hidden. Now if I go back to my app.js and check, it's set to true. So if I set it to false now, false here, and then come back here and refresh this page, it's gonna show, you can see it displays here again. So this is what we're using this set gallery to do. Sorry, the gallery to do, not set gallery. All right, so that's the first thing we're going to do. So the second thing we're going to do is to check for the active photo. We're going to check the photo that is active. All right, we're going to check the photo that is active. So the one that is active, we are going to pass this active class to it. Okay, now if you look at, if I remove the active class and we go back to here to our page, and you can see that that image disappears. So what we're going to do first is that we're going to initialize the state. So we're going to say const, and we're going to call it active photo. You can call it anything. Then we're going to say set active photo, and then we're going to use state. So we're going to set it to 1. So 1 means that we're setting to the first image first image here on the list. The image with ID 1, we are setting it to. So the active photo is assigned to the value of 1, and 1 refers to the ID. So what we're going to do right down here is under the photos, under the photo class. Under the photo class, we're simply going to do here, we're going to use temporary literals. Sorry, I was supposed to do this. So is this, yeah. All right, so we are first of all going to include the photo class. We're going to cut it and bring it inside of here, and then outside here we're going to check. So we're going to check if this current item, remember this is an iteration using the map method, so we're going to check if this item.id is equivalent to the active photo. So if they are the same, what we're simply going to do is we'll check if they are the same, then we're going to add the class active to this. Outside that, we are not going to add anything. So we're going to save this, go over to, you see the first image appears. Now if I go over here and change this to 2, that will be for the second image. So this one should disappear and the second one should appear. Okay, you see the second one appears. All right, so this is what's going to be happening, and then we're going to be using the next and the previous button to to handle the rest of that. So the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to create a function, and then the function is going to handle the next. So when we click the next button, it will display the second image, next display the third image, fourth image, and fifth image, like just like that. Okay, so we will come over here and we'll say const handle next. So we're going to set it to arrow function, and inside the arrow function, what are we going to do? We're going to check if the active photo, that means if the photo that is being displayed is less than or equal to the photos dot length minus 1. All right, if this case is true, so what we're simply checking is we want to check if the active photo is the same, is less than or if it is equal to the last photo, the last photo minus minus 1. So if that is the case, we will keep going to next. So if it is 1, if the active photo is 1, we have to increment. If active photo is 2, the same till second to the last. But if it is the last, that's why we're minusing 1 here. So what we want to do now, we will say we want to set active photo. We'll call the setter function here. This setter function is called set active photo, and inside the active photo, we're going to use arrow function. So we're going to say prev. So you get the previous, and then when you get the previous, you're going to increment the previous by 1. Increment the previous by 1. All right. So this is what we're going to have, and another thing we're going to check also. This one we're going to check if what we checked here is if active photo is less than or equal to minus 1. So the photo's length dot minus 1. So if it is less than, we keep increasing. If it is between the last one and second to the last image, so we keep increasing. All right, that is what the handle next does for us. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to go over to the next. What is the next? We have the next here, so we're going to add it here. I click event, we say on click, I want to say handle next. Is that what we called it? All right, so on click event, we want to handle the next. So we go over here and we'll click on this. The next image appears. Click until this is the last image. So as we're clicking it, nothing is happening again because this is the last image. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing for the previous. So we're gonna come over here and then we want to say const handle prev, we're going to set it to arrow function, and then so for the preview, what we're going to do for the previous is that we want to check if the active photo is greater than 1. all right, if the active photo is greater than 1. So if it is greater than 1, we want to keep reducing. Greater than 1. So if it is 1, we don't want to keep going back. If it is 1, means that is the first image. So we don't want to go back after the first. So after the first image, we do not have any other image. So as long as the active photo is greater than 1, we want to, well, the function we want to run is that we want to set active photo, and we want to get the preview. Sorry, I'm gonna have this, and then inside of this, we want to say that the preview -1. all right, so as long as we are not as long as this is not the first image, we want to say keep going back. All right, so we will go over to the next preview. Okay, preview here, and then we're going to add on click event to this, and then we want to say handle preview. Okay, we save that, head over to our browser, and then when we click this, you can see it goes, and then until it goes to the last one. But here is a problem. The problem is that, of course, this works, all right, it works, it makes sense. I think we're okay with this, but then I just want to add a little functionality, and that is if we get to the first image, we want this to disappear. If we go to the last image, we want this one to disappear also. Okay, so what we're going to do now is that we're going to go back to and then set a state. So the state is going to be we're going to say const, and we're going to do something like hide next button. Okay, and then we're going to say set hide next button. All right, and we're going to set it to equal to useState. all right, so it's going to be false for now, so we are not hiding the next button. Okay, and then we can say also const, we're going to say hide brief button, and then we want to also set hide brief button, and then we want to set this to useState also, and then previous button. So at first the previous button should display. Okay, now at first the previous button should be hidden. All right, because we are displaying the first image. So because we are displaying the first image, we are not going to hide the next button, so the next button should be there, but for the previous button it should be hidden. Okay, the previous button should be hidden. So what we're going to do is that we're going to come over to the next and the previous, and we're going to display it we're going to display either this or this based on the value of the state, or based on the state, not the value of the state, based on the state. All right, so we are going to first of all check for the previous. So where's the previous? So we have previous here. So what we're going to do is that we're going to add we already have a class name, so we're going to use literals. We're going to have this template literals, and then I'm going to copy the previous, cut it and place it inside of here, because the previous will always be there. And then inside of here, I'm going to run a ternary operation. So what I'm going to do is that I want to check if hide previous button is set to true. So if it is true, I want to add a hidden class to a hide class to it. If not, I don't want to do anything. I just want it to be on its own. All right, so after that, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same for the next button. Okay, so when I come over to the class here, I will add something like this. Hey, come on, I will add the template literals, and I will get this out of this, get it inside here, and then I'm going to be adding a condition. So the condition is going to look similar like that of the previous. So hide nest button. So if it is true that we should hide it, then let it be hidden. We'll add the class hide to it, else we leave it like that. Okay, so if I go over to my, so you see that this is the first image, and that's the reason why this the previous button is hidden. So you can go to the next, but then the state remains the same. The state is not changing, that's why it's not coming up. So we're going to write we're going to write a script that's going to do that for us. Okay, so we're going to go right to, when we click on the next and the previous button, event handler function, that's where we're going to add this. Okay, so for our next, we set next here that if this is less than this, if active photo, if the current photo is not the last photo, you know, keep going to the next photo. That's what we said here. And then and then we're going to remove this hide previous button as long as you are not at the first image. You know, we're going to keep this as false. So what we want to do here is that we will say for this one, for the handle nest, we want to say set hide prev button to be false. Okay, now we want to check another condition. The condition we're going to check is that if this is the last image, if we got to the last image, this condition here is for the second to the last image. So what if we get to the last image? What happens if we get to the last image? We want to hide the previous button. All right, so how this works is at the last image the previous button should be hidden, then at the first image, then at the last image the next button should be hidden, but at the first image the previous button should be hidden. Sorry for that. Okay, so what I would do is I would say if the active photo, if the photo that is being displayed is exactly the same as the as second to the last photo, okay, is equal to, this one is not like it's less than, this one is, if it's exactly equal to it, what we want to do is that we want to set hide next button, so we'll send it to true. Okay, so that by the time we click on it and it will display the last image. What happened is if this is equal to second to the last image, all right, this function is going to run. So if it is equal to second to the last image, and then we click on this, it will set this. First of all, this we set it to the last image, and then this we hide the next button. Okay, so let's go here and check it. So I'm gonna refresh this page, so I'll click for the next because we have only done for the, so you can see that the previous appears here, you know, the previous appear, but we've not written that for the previous. We're not written to hide this one for the previous or to show it. So we'll get to the last image here. You see the next disappears because this is the last image. Okay, that's on that. We're done with the next, so we move over to the previous. So for the previous, here we're going to hide the next button. So inside of here we're going to hide the next button. What we're going to say is hide next button. So sorry, we're not going to hide it. Hide it is going to be false. We're going to get the hide to be false, so we're not hiding the next button. So as long as it's greater than 1, I mean, as long as it's greater than, we're going back, it should not be hidden. But then when this the last section, this we're checking is if the active photo is less than or equal to 2, right? If it's less than or equal to 2, then we have to hide the, sorry, that this was set hide, not just hide, set hide next button. That was a mistake. Set hide next button. So we're gonna do here set hide prev button, and then we're gonna set it equal to true. Okay, so let's go over to this place, and then we're going to refresh this. So you see we have this. If we click on this comes up. We click on this disappears because this is the first image. So we'll click to the end of this disappears because this is the last image. By the time we click on this comes up again because this is second to the last image. Alright, but by the time we click on this, it goes off, and then this again, this goes off. So we've been able to achieve this. So what's left is this. When we want to click on this close gallery, how do we close it up? Alright, so we're going to write that of the close gallery, but we already have a function that we passed. Alright, so if we go up here, you see we have set hide gallery. Alright, set hide gallery. We're going to use this function. So what we're simply going to do is to attach an event handler to that button, to this button here. So what we're simply going to do here is we're going to add event handler on click. Let's use an arrow function and say set hide gallery. That's the name of the function. Yeah, set hide gallery equal to true because we want to hide it. So we save this. We can go over here and then refresh. By the time I click this, it is hidden. You can see it. If I refresh this again, it comes up. By the time I click on this, it hides. But the last thing we need to do is to add an event handler to this. When we click on this button, we want the gallery to show up. Alright, so we are first of all going to hide this gallery. So we'll go over to our app.js, and then here we're going to set this to be true so that it will be hidden. And if we go over to our website here, yeah, that goes off. You see that this button is located at the campus memory, or the campus memory, or the campus photos. So we have to go into the campus photos. So what we are simply going to do is that we're going to pass sorry, that is not the campus. So that's the gallery here. Made a mistake. That was the gallery here. So we have to pass that as a prop. We have to pass this set hide gallery. We're going to pass it as a prop to this gallery. So what we're going to do, we do this, and then we do this again. We're going to say v right here. So it means that gallery is expecting a prop. So we go over to the gallery.jsx, and sorry, this gallery photos. Let's go to gallery. So here we're going to destructure the prop. So we're going to say v here, and it's simple. What we're going to do, we are simply going to set this to be true when we click on this button, on the next button, sorry, on the more photos button. So we're going to say on click. All right, let's use an arrow function here, and we'll say set hide gallery. All right, we're going to set it to false. So we are not hiding the gallery, we want to open it. All right, so let's go back, and then I'm going to refresh this page, and when I click on this, you see the gallery comes up. When I click here, the gallery is closed. And let me show you that it's also responsive. I think we've written the responsiveness. Yeah. So if I scroll down a little bit, scroll down to the gallery section right here and click on this, you see the image comes up. Okay guys, so we are done with the gallery section. So let's move over to the next section. So let's go over to our VS Code, and I'm going to close this up, and close this up. So we're going to create the next. Let me remove this. It's not in use. All right, so we're going to create another component. Let me close this up and then go to src, my components. So I'm going to create another component. I'm going to call it about details, and then here I'm going to say about details.jsx, and then inside the same folder I'm going to create about details.css. all right, so come right over here and say frfce, and I'm going to import import about, oh no, that's wrong, about details.css. all right, so we've gotten that imported. All right, so inside of here, what we're going to do is that we're going to have a class name, and we're going to call it about details. So inside the about details, we're going to add an image. So we're going to call the image is main img. That's the img. This main img, and inside the main img, we're going to include an image. We're going to include an image into that. Now after this, we come out of the about main img, and then we have about details container, right? And then inside the about details container, we're gonna have left item, and inside the left item, we're gonna have h3 tag, and a h3 is rather h3 tag. h4 is going to be a little smaller, and we're gonna say leader in executive education. All right, and after that, we'll head over to the next thing. We're going to add inside the p tag, and inside the p tag, we're going to have few tags. You can say lorem 30 and thereabout, and then we can just click this to this point. Oh well, okay, that's not what I wanted. So we can have this, and we can just paste it 2 more times, then do like this. All right, so after that, we're going to go out of this about left div. We leave about left div, and then after that, we're going to add right item, and inside the right item, we're going to add an image. Okay, so what we're going to do now is that we're going to import these images. So we will say import main img from we'll do this and go over to here, and then we're going to have the assets, and then after that, we're going to have about details img, and then we're also going to import another image. We're going to call it about img from this. Look into the assets folder, and then we're going to call it about img3. That's the name of what I want to insert. So for the first image here, we're going to insert the main image, which is the main img, and then the last one here is the last one over here. We're going to insert the about img. Okay, so what is left now is the css styling, but before then, I'm going to mount this component right here. So I'm going to call it about details. About details, and I'm going to import this component. Okay, so we head over to our browser, refresh this. Okay, we can resolve about details.css. Oh, that was a mistake. So let's go over here, and then we're going to remove one s here. Okay, that should solve the problem. All right, so we're gonna go down to check what we've done. All right, so you can see we have it. We have the about stuff here. We have the image, first image, second, and this one, the third one. All right, so let's head over to CSS and start styling what we have right here. So the first thing we're going to start is the about details. So for the about details, we're going to have margin top of 70 pixels. We're going to have padding is going to be 50 pixels, 15% rather, and then we're going to have 0. Okay, so after that, we're going to have width of 100%, and then after that, we're going to have background. So background is going to be linear gradient. So linear gradient, we're going to say to top right, something like this. All right, to top right, we're going to start with var. No, white color. All right, so and then we have 40%. This is the percentage, so 40%, 40%, and then we're going to add var secondary color, and then it's going to be 40%. Okay, so we're going to save that, and then we head over to the about details and main img. So for the main img, we want to have the height of 400. We're going to have border radius of 15 pixels. Border radius of 15 pixels. We're going to have overflow of hidden. Okay, so that's going to do it. And then we'll come here. I want to say about details. The main img. So we want to get the width to be just 100%. I'm gonna save this and head over to the browser. Okay, so for the browser, this is what we have so far. This is the section we're working on. So we have something like this so far. All right, so let's head over again to our VS Code. So now we're going to about details container is the next we're going to start. So for about details container, we're going to display it flex, and we're going to align items end, and then we're going to justify content space between, and then we're going to have width of 90%. We're going to have position to be relative, and then we're going to have left to be 10%, and then we're going to have top to be minus 50 px. Okay, so that's that for that. So we have about details container, and we select the left item. So for the left item, we're going to have flex basics. Flex basics is going to be about 70%. All right, and then we'll look at the padding. Padding will be 60 to 40. Okay, 60-40, and we have border radius of 20 pixels, and then we look at the background. Background is going to be our primary color. Primary color. Okay, so let's look at what we have there. Let's see, do we target this correctly? Background is primary color. Is that correct? Okay. Let me refresh this one more time. Background primary color. Okay, so we're going to start the h3. So we say about details container left item h3. Okay, so for the h3, we're going to have font width of 700, and we're going to have font size of 30 pixels, and then we're going to have margin bottom of 20 pixels. And then let me see about details item, left item, and then we have right item. Let me see what I did. Left item and then left item. Okay, that is correct. So after the h3, we're going to style the p tag. So we're going to say left item p. That's for the p tag. Okay, so for the p tag, we're going to have margin bottom to be 10 pixels. I think that's all we're going to have for the p tag. Okay, so we will go over to I'll go over to about details container, write item img, right? Sorry, write item. So for the right item, we're gonna have flex basis is gonna be 28%. Flex basis, we're gonna have overflow is gonna be hidden, and we're gonna have the height to be 250 pixels, 250 pixels, and we're gonna have box shadow. Box shadow is gonna be var box shadow. So we're gonna save that, head over to our browser. Most of the CSS is not applied. Let's see why we are having this issue. Let's go over to here and see. Oh, this is it. About details container should have something like this. Okay, that was the problem, because the CSS was not. All right, so yeah, this is what we're expecting to have. Okay, so let's go over to our let's go over to our CSS right here. So after the right item, what we want to style now is the image inside of the right item. So we're gonna say about details the right item img. All right, so we want to get the width to be 100%. So I go over here, so you can see the image right here. All right, you can see the image right here at the middle. Okay, so I think that makes sense. Okay, then we're going to go over to the responsiveness. We have to work on the responsiveness to make sure that it's responsive. So if we inspect this page, we go to inspect. Let's say we start to inspect this page now to see what it looks like. So if we get to this part of the page, so you see how it looks. It doesn't make sense. Okay, even this other image is not seen. We can't see the image. Everything is just not the way it should be. Okay, so this is why we have to do some styling for it. Okay, now it displays, but we have to style the whole of this to make sure it makes sense. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go over to here. We're going to go over to jQuery. Sorry, media query, not jQuery. So we have to go over to media query. So over the media query, the first screen that we are targeting max width of 1024 pixel. So at 1024 pixel, we want the about details. We want to add some padding to it. So we want to say padding of 50 pixels, and then we add 10%, and then also we now add 0. Okay, so that's gonna be all for this screen. So we're gonna target another screen. So the screen we're gonna target is 7 mass weight at 768 pixel. So at 768 pixel, we want to target the about details container. Say about details container. So for the about detail container, we want the width to be 100%. I want the left to be 0%, or 0, and we want the top to be minus 50 px. All right, so after this we're going to target 600. So we go over here and we're going to target 600, and in 600 what we're going to do, I'm going to get rid of this about details stuff. I'll remove from here, so we left about details. So I'll look at the main image img, and I want the height to be about 300 pixel, and then I'll come down here. I will select the about details container. So for the about details container, I want the flex wrap to wrap. So I want it to wrap, and I want to select about details container left. Oh, no, I want it about, what's going on? About details container dot left item, and then about details container dot right item. So I'm gonna say their flex basis is going to be 100%. Alright. So after that, I'll come down here, say about details container. I'll target the right item, and then for the right item, I'm gonna set the height to be about 400 pixels. Okay. So the last screen I'm gonna target is their mobile screen. So I'm going to say media at max width of 45 rather px 45. So I'm going to say about details and main img. So I want the height to be 250 pixels. I mean, that's all. Alright, so let's head over to our browser and see what we've got. Alright, so you can see it looks a little better. So at this, and I think we need to adjust this. We need to adjust this image. Let's see where the image is coming from. Okay, it's coming from the main img. It's coming from the main img. So let's adjust that, but I think every other thing is okay. We can get to a smaller screen, so you can see this image looks okay, but this is the only image that doesn't look okay. So we have to adjust this image so that it can display what that's the only image that's not looking nice. So every other thing is okay. So let's adjust that. Okay, I think the problem is coming from here. So we didn't write this correctly, so we have to put img right here like this. Okay, so let's head over. Alright, so it's looking nice now. Alright, so I think everything is okay now. So let's go and inspect this again to see what it looks like. Alright, I think it's nice now. We can go over to this. It's responsive, everything fits to the screen, and it's not flowing. You can go over to here and you'll see this. It's looking nice. Okay, so guys, we are done with this section, so we're going over to the next section. All right, so the next section is going to be this section, sorry, is going to be our online class. So but before that, I'm going to add a title class. I'm going to add the title element. Sorry, I'm going to add the title component here. So I'm going to call it title, and then I'm going to import. I'm going to import this component, and then I'm going to pass the prop title. So title is going to be online class, or you can call it our classroom. Call it our classroom, and then the title text the title text is going to be explore online interactive classroom. All right, so after that we're going to create a component. Come here, we'll create a component. I'm going to call it online class, and then inside the component I'm going to create a file, online class.jsx, and then inside the same component I'm going to create online class.css. So come right here and RAFCE, and then I will do this, and I have to import the online class.css. Alright, so after that I'm going to come over here and start styling the online not styling, sorry, I'll start laying out the HTML elements. So here I'm going to add a class name. So the class name here is going to be online class. That's going to be class name, and inside of this online class div I'm going to insert another div. I'm going to call it img. That's a class name, and then inside the img I'm gonna include img tag, and after that I'll be out of here, and the next one div will be attendees. So inside the attendees I'm going to have an item, a div with a class name item, and after that I'm going to have a div with a class name imgctn, and inside the imgctn I'm going to have img. all right, I need this in the 3 places, the item, so I'm going to copy this item to 2 more times. Okay, so sorry, I needed to add something else. So after the img I need to add something like a title. So after img ctn I'm going to add a span tag here. So I can say, for instance, cyber security. So I can now copy the item into probably 2 more times. Yeah, and in this second one right here, second one I'm going to add, it's going to be business, and then the last one is going to be development. Right. So I'm going to have development. So I will have to import the images that we're going to use for this. So I'm going to import the class img from this assets online class.this, and I'm going to import again cybersecurity img. So go cyber security img. I'm going to import it from here, assets cybersecurity.img. Okay, that's good. So I'm going to import business img. So business img cybersecurity img from, it's a mistake, so it's going to be from here and here, and then assets, then we'll go over to business. All right, so we're going to import development img from this, get assets, and then we can use programming. All right, so after this the first one is going to be the class img. So here we're going to include class img. So in this one we're going to include cybersecurity. We're going to include cybersecurity img, and here we're going to include business img, and here we're going to include the development img. So I'm going to save that, and after this I'm going to add the the online class to component to the app component. So I'm gonna call this online class, and I'm going to import this class. So I'm going to import this component so that we can take a look at it. So here we have our online class. Our decision can resolve assets service security .img. That's a mistake. Let's go back to online class. This about security .jpg. Okay, so we'll come over here and refresh and see what we'll have. Okay, so we have this explore our internet. So this is what it looks like, and it doesn't make any sense, so we have to go and style it. So we go to our online class styles, and then the first thing we're going to style would be the online class. So we say padding left is going to be 15%, and then we want to say padding right is going to be also be 15%, and then we want to have background is going to be linear gradient, and then we're going to have var. We want to add our secondary color variable, right? And after that we're going to have about 30. We're going to add 30%, and we're going to add 31%, and then we're going to say var. We're going to add our white color variable, and then we're going to add 31%. Alright, so that's going to be for that. The next thing we're going to do is the online class img .img. So for that img we have height to be 450, and then we have overflow to be hidden, then we have border radius to be 15 pixels. So after that we're gonna start the online class img. We want to get the width to just be 100%. Alright, so after that we move over to the attendees. So for the attendees, we want padding left to be 5%, we want padding right to be 5%, we want display to be flex, we want align item to be center, we want justify content to be space between, we want top to be minus 50%. So this is what we're gonna have for the attendees. So the next we're moving to the attendees item, but before then let's take a look at what we have. Alright, let's look at what we have. Okay, so this is what we've got. Alright, so let's move on to styling the attendees. You can say attendees item, attendees.item. So we'll say flex basis is gonna be 32%. We're gonna have height to be auto. We're gonna have background color is gonna be var of white color variable, and then overflow is gonna be hidden. We're gonna have box shadow is gonna be our box shadow variable. And then after the box shadow we have border radius to be 20 pixels, and we have padding to be 30 pixels, 20 pixels. Right, 30 pixels, 20 pixels. So we're going to start the attendees.item.img ctn. So here we're gonna have width of 1 width of 130. We're gonna have height of 130, and then also we're gonna have border radius of 50% because we want it to be a rounded circle, and then we want overflow to be hidden. Overflow to be hidden, and then we have the margin to be auto, and then lastly border is gonna be 3 pixels solid, no not solid, dashed, and we're gonna get our primary color. Right, so after that we have to style the image. So we're gonna say attendees the item img. So we're gonna have width to be 100%. This is gonna be just 100%, and after that we're gonna add style the span tag. So we're gonna say span, we want to display to be block, all right, and we want the text align to be center, text align to be text align center, then text transform, it's gonna be uppercase, and then lastly margin top is gonna be 20. All right, so let's head over to our browser and see what we have so far. All right, so this is looking good. It's looking good already, but this is not responsive yet. So if I go to check the responsiveness, let's go. This is it. So this is not looking nice at all, man. It's not looking nice at all. Even at this is not looking nice, so we have to style. We have to do some media query. I have to write some media query code. We'll say media query, and then we'll come over here, and so for the media query we want to start with 102. We want to target a media of max width of 1024 pixels. So for max 1024 pixels, we're going to target the online class, and then for the online class we want the padding left to be 8%, we want the padding right to be also 8%, and after that we want to target screen size of maximum width from 901 px, and then we want to have the online class the img, and then we will have height to be 430, and then after that we'll go over to the attendees and the item img ctn, and then we want to have width of 100, we have height of 100. All right, that's gonna be off of that, and then we move over to the attendees. Attendees item, so we want to flex basis to be about 32%, and then we have the padding to be 30 pixels 0, right, 30 pixels 0, and then after the item, after the item, now we have to target the next screen. The next screen is 768, so we have to go to media max width of 768 pixel, and then 768 pixel we want to have the online class the img, we want the height to be 340 px. All right, and then we'll have to look into the attendees, and then we want to flex wrap to wrap, and then we have the attendees.item. So we want to flex basis. Flex basis is going to be 100%, so that it will have 100 width, and then flex basis. After that, we have margin bottom to be 15 px. Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be inside of here. All right. So after that, we have to target the last screen, and the last screen is at 400 and after this we have to go to second to the last screen, not the last screen actually. So we have max width of 576 pixel, and then so at 576 pixel we want to have the online class.img. so we want to set the height to is going to be 250. all right, and then for the attendees we're going to when I have flash wrap, is going to wrap. Okay, so after flex wrap, it's going to wrap wrap. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to get the last screen. So we say at media max width of 425 pixels. So we're going to get the online class at online class img image. So we want to get the height to be 100%. I want to get the width to be auto. The width is going to be auto here. Okay, let's look at what we've got. So I can go over to here. All right, so you see this how it's looking, man. It's looking really nice at this. We'll go over to the screen size. You can see it's also, let's go down. Yeah, it's also look nice right here. But I think we've got one problem which we are going to fix. At 768 we have online class of 340, and then here we have this wrap. So we're going to remove this one, it's not going to be here, and then we're going to transfer this one right here to here. Okay guys, so we are done with this section and it's fully responsive. Okay, so we'll be going over to the next section. You can see everything is just adjusts to the screen sizing. You can see right here that just by itself to the screen sizing, and then this is really looking nice. So let's head over to the next section. All right guys, so we are going to look into the next section. So we head back to VS Code. We're going to close this up and we're going to create the testimonial section. Okay, so we go here, I'm going to create a component folder and we're going to call it testimonial. Right, and then I'm going to add testimonial.jsx, and then I'm going to create another file there, a CSS file. So it's going to be testimonial.css. Okay, so come right here and then I'll say FARC. So, and here I'm going to import the testimonial.css. okay, so we're going to write the markup now. So the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to add a class name here, and we're going to call it Testimonials. So that's the first thing. And then secondly, we're going to nest the title component. So we have to import the title component here, and then we have to pass the title prop or title prop. So the title is going to be what our that's not correct. What our students are saying, and then we're going to add another prop, that's the title text. So in the title text, we're going to write that explore the impact we have made on our students, okay, something like that. So after that, we're going to insert an image, and we're going to add a class name to it. We're going to add a class name, and the class name is going to be arrow left. We're going to add another image, but this one is going to be the arrow right. Alright, so after this, we're going to add a div with the name slider. Right, so we're going to say slider. Inside the slider, we're going to add another one, slide, and inside the slide, we're going to add content, and inside the content, we're going to add img, and inside the img, we're going to add an img tag. So we're going to go out of the img tag, and here we will add testifier info. Alright, testifier info, and then we're going to add h4, and inside the h4 we can just add name, something like that. And then after the h4, we're going to add another one, span. We're going to add span here. We can just say maths, something like that. So after this div, after this one and this one, after the content, after the testifier, after the testifier div, we go over to getting the testimony. So after the testifier info, wait, let me get it. Okay, so I'm going to add another div. Sorry, no, I'm gonna add another div here, and we're gonna call it testifier. Alright, so all of these, both this and this, both the testifier, both the img and their info is gonna go inside of this div. Okay, so after the testifier, we're gonna add testimony. We'll add another class, gonna call it testimony. Alright, so inside the testimony, we can just say anything like this, it's gonna form the testimony, whatever. Alright, so after that, we're going to see what it looks like. Oh, we've not mounted it, so we have to go into the app.js, and then we're going to add testimonial. Right, so we have to import this component so that we can go over to our browser and view the component. All right, so this is what we have, right here, and this is it right here, and then this is the name, the name, the course, and then the testimony. Okay, so before we proceed with this, we have to we have to create another component, an indicator, because the testimonial we're about to create, it has an indicator. So we have to quickly create an indicator so that we can just use the indicator, for whatever we want to use it for. Sorry, for the testimonial here, and in case we might need it for other components. So we'll quickly go to SRC and then go to components, and then I'm going to create a new component called indicator, and then inside this I'm going to create indicator.jsx, and I'm going to create another file which is going to be indicator.css. okay, so we go over to indicator.jsx, rfc, and then we load it. So inside the indicator, we're going to be expecting two props. The props is going to be the items and then the counter. Okay, so inside of here we're going to give it a class name, and then the class name is going to be indicators, and then the item is going to be an array that we can map or an object. So we have to say that items, if items, and the item is not empty, so we're going to go to items.map. Alright, we'll put an arrow function here, and then we have this opened up. So inside of this we're going to have a div. Inside of here we're going to have a div. What's going on? We're going to have a div. I'm going to close this up. So inside a div we're going to have we're going to say testimony. We call it T for testimony, and then we'll say index. So here we can say that the key is equal to the index, and then inside of this div we're going to create another div, and we're going to call it indicator. Alright, indicator, and inside of this indicator we're going to this is the one we're going to use to display the indicator. Now we're going to use the backticks here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to copy this, all of this, and put it inside of here, because we have to check, we have to add active class to the indicator. So if the indicator is active, we're going to add a different class to it, but if it is not, then it's going to have a different active class. So what we're going to do right now is that we'll check. So we'll check if the counter is equal to the index. All right, the counter is equal to the index, then we're going to add the class active to it. But if not, we're not going to add anything to it. All right, so it's going to be just empty like that. All right, so this is all we're going to do here. So the last thing we're going to do on the indicator component is to style it, to add styling to it. So what we're going to do is that to go over to the indicator.css so that we can be able to style it. So for indicator.css we want to select the indicator, and then we want to say the height is 10 pixels, we want to say the width is 10 pixels, and then we want to say the border radius is about 50 pixels because we want it to be rounded border. We want a background to be white color variable. All right, and then we're going to have the opacity to be 0.2, and then we're going to have the transition. So transition is going to be 0.5 seconds. All right, so after that we're going to start the indicator.active. So if the active one is going to have opacity of 1. All right, So the next thing we're going to do is to start the indicators. So for the indicators, we're going to have display to be flex, align item center, and we'll justify content center, justify content center, and then we're going to have gap of 10 px, and then lastly we're going to have padding of 20 px and 0 px and 0. All right. Okay, so we are done with the indicators, so we're going to close up the indicators, and what we do is that we're going to use the indicator in this testimonial testimonial.jsx. So that's the reason why we had to do that. All right, so in this place we are going to iterate over an array of testimonials. Okay, so this is where we're going to be displaying the testifier, his name, image, the course, his name, the course, and then the content or his message or his testimony, and then finally we are going to display the indicator. Okay, so let's start by importing. We're going to import some of the things we will be needing inside of this place. All right, so the first thing we're going to import, the arrow function, the arrow images. So we're going to say import arrow left from this, and then we look into the access folder, and then we want to say back icon. So we want to say import arrow right from this asset next icon. Okay, then after that we're going to import the testimonial. So we're going to say import testimonials from, we look into the assets folder, and then we'll look for testimonial. All right, so after the testimonial we are going to what else are we going to import? Okay, I think that's all we'll need. Okay, this title we've not imported. Okay, title is imported. Okay, so the thing we are going to do next is that we're going to import the indicator. So we will say from here, we'll say import indicator from this, import indicator from, wait, let me import it through this means that okay. So what we're going to do, we are going to include the indicator right here after the slider. All right, after the slider we're going to include the indicator, so it's going to be right here. So what I will do is that I will call the indicator, so indicator. So inside of here, indicator, is that correct? Let me see if that's better correctly. Indicator, okay, that is correct. Let me go here and check. Yeah, that's correct. Indicator, go back to this menu. Okay, so we put it in the indicator. So the indicator is expecting an items and then a counter. So the items is going to be testimonials, and then the counter. Okay, we've not declared this already. So we're going to iterate over the testimony. All right, so and it's gonna be over the slider. All right, it's gonna be over the slider. So what we're going to do now is I'm gonna call this off, and then here I will say testimonials. So if there are testimonials, you know, so we want to map those testimonials. So testimonials.map, and then we run an arrow function. So we have the testimony and then an index. Okay, so inside this arrow function we're gonna paste the slide inside of it. So for the slide here we should have a key, so we can say that the key is equal to the index. Okay, and then we will come to the image right here, this image. The source is going to be testimonial.photo. So we will go right here and say is equal to. Now let me show you the testimonial, what the testimonial looks like. So this is the testimonial. It has ID, photo, that's the user 1, and these are the users from 1 to 7, and then we have a user 2, photo name, image, course. So I have ID, photo name, image, course. You know, this is what it looks like. All right. So so we'll go here. For the source, we're gonna have testimony. Sorry, we're gonna have testimony dot photo. That's the testimony. Did I spell that correctly? Okay, yeah, it's correct. Testimony dot. So here we're gonna have the name of the person. We're gonna have testimony dot name. And then for this one, we're gonna have the course. So we're gonna say testimony.course. Alright, that's course. And then for the message, we're gonna say testimony dot message. Okay, so this is what I'm going to comment this out now. This one first. I'm going to comment it out and let's see what we have. Right, let's take a look at what we have here. I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so you can see this is a testimony. All the testimonies with the images, name and pictures. With name and pictures, you can see all of that all scattered on the screen. So we have to make this look nice, and then the indicator is not yet here. All right, so that's still okay. We're gonna add the indicator in a minute. All right, so we have a lot to do here, I could say. So I just wanted to get ready. All right, we have a lot to do, but not all that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we'll go right up here, and remember that I want to state this clearly that we are going to, first of all, we should be able to navigate between the testimonies. When we click on the testimony, we should navigate from one testimony to the other, and also it should be able to autoplay, and then with respect also autoplay and shows the indicator, and then when we hover over or when we drop our cursor on the testimonial section, the autoplay will pause for that moment until when we remove our mouse from on top of that. Okay, so these are the things that we are going to be doing, but before we proceed with this, we're going to do the CSS. we're going to do the CSS. So for the count, for this one, I can say here, I can set the counter, since it's expecting counter, set a counter to probably 1. All right, just like this. We can have it like this. So I'll go ahead and refresh. Let's see what it looks like. All right, we're not seeing the indicator because the indicator background color is white and it's sitting somewhere here. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to write the class, the CSS class. We're going to style this, and then after that we will be able to see all of that. So let's make it beautiful first. All right, so the first class that we're going to select is the testimonials. So for the testimonials, we're going to have width to be 80%. We're going to have it to be 80%, and we're going to have margin to be 100 or 2, and then we're going to have position. Position is going to be relative. After position, we're going to have overflow X. Overflow X is going to be hidden. All right, we're going to have background. So background is going to be a linear gradient, and then we're going to have var. We'll pass our primary color variable, and then 50% here, 50% here, and then we're going to add var our secondary color variable, secondary color, and then we're going to add the 50% right over here. So we're done with this. The next one we're going to is the testimonials arrow left and right. So testimonials, the arrow left, and testimonials, the arrow right. So we're going to set the position to be absolute, and we're going to set the background. The background is going to be set to our secondary color variable, and then the padding is going to be 10 pixels. The border radius is going to be 50 pixels, and width is going to be 40 pixels, and top is going to be top is going to be 50. Top is going to be what am I doing? Top is going to be 50%. Top is going to be 50%. We're going to have translate y minus 50%, and then we're going to have cursor is going to be pointer. Right, pointer, and then we're going to have z index to be about 100 or thereabout. Okay, so we're going to have testimonials arrow right. So we want to take it to the right, so we set the right to be 0, and then we're going to go over to the testimonials the slider. Let's look at what we have on the screen. Yeah. So go back here. All right. So you can see what we have already. We have the background color being activated, and then we have this is the arrow. We've not added the arrow icon thing. That's what we should do. So we go over here and find the arrow right and arrow left. So for the arrow, this is for the arrow left. So we're going to say arrow left, and then we'll come here and add arrow right. All right. Okay, let's go back to our CSS. So we want to style this slider. Okay, so for the slider, we have margin of 0 or 2, and then we have display flex. We have display flex allow item stretch. So we're going to stretch it, allow item stretch, and then we're going to add justify content center, and we're going to add transition I'm gonna add transition of 1 second. Alright, so after that we're gonna start the testimonials slide we're gonna display it as flex, and we're going to justify content to be center, and the width is going to be 100%, and margin is going to be 20 and 10. We have to bring this down right here, 20 and 10. So we go and start the slide content. So for the slide content, we have width of 70%, we have padding of 20, and we have border radius of 15 pixels. We have the background to be our secondary color. Alright, so after that we're going to start the testifier. Alright, testifier, I'm going to say testifier. So for the testifier, we're going to display it to flex, and we're going to align item center. We're going to justify content start. We're going to have gap of 10. We got margin bottom of 20. Okay, so after this we're going to add a testifier, the img. We're going to add the height to be 70 pixels. I'm going to add the width to be 70 pixels also. 70 pixels. We're going to have minimum width is going to be 70 pixels also, and we're going to add display is going to be set to flex, align items center, justify content center, and then we're going to add overflow of hidden. All right, let me format this. Overflow of hidden, and then we're going to add border radius of 50%. And then we're going to add border of box shadow border of 2 px dashed white color variable. Okay, so after that we're going to run for the testifier img image. So for that we're going to have the width to be 100%. Right, so after that we're going to select the, after the img we're going to select the testifier info h4. So it's a testifier info h4. We're going to get a color. The color is going to be set to white color code, white color variable, and then the font size is going to be about 25, and then opacity is going to be 0.8. No, let's make it 0.9. all right, so we go over to testifier info span. So the color also is going to be white. We're going to have white color, and we're going to make the opacity to be let's make it 0.8. All right, so, and we're going to look at the testimony. So the testimony, the color is going to be white color, and then the opacity is going to be 0.8. Okay, so far so good. Let's see what we have on this, on our website. So scroll down. So the testimonial. Okay, so this is what we have, and it's not looking nice, even though it's close to what we want, but it's not looking nice at all. So at this point we have this, but we have to make it look nice. Okay, so we have to add some CSS. We have to add some responsiveness to this, I guess. Okay, we're gonna add responsiveness to this to make it really look nice. And also the width, we've not really set the width, so that's what we're going to do next. All right, that's what we're going to do next. So we go over to our testimonial CSS, and for the slider here we're going to add a width. Right, we can add a width of about let's say 500%. All right, and then we can say transform. Right, and then we want to translate x, translate s by maybe minus 50% or thereabout. Let's just say minus 50%. Okay, so you see how it looks now. It displays 2. All right, it's better now. So, but then the width we can increase by, let's say, by 0 and see what happens. So when we say by 0, you say it slides to the beginning and it is displaying 2 because of this width of 500. So if we make it up to 1000, the width to 1000, so you see it's going to be displaying just one image at a time. All right, and what we're going to do here is that the width will be dependent on the length of the testimonial. Okay, and then we're also going to be calculating these. So these two properties will be calculated. You know, they are dynamic. The value here is not going to be stable. It's not going to be a static value. It's going to be a dynamic value, and then the same thing here is going to be a dynamic value. So because of that, we're not going to have this here in the CSS. So we're going to take it over to JavaScript, right? Okay, so here the first thing we are going to do is that we're going to be declaring a lot of functions that we're going to be using for this project. So the first thing is that we're going to declare a slider. All right, slider, and then we're going to use the useRef hook. So the useRef hook, and we are setting it to not yet, and then we're going to declare another one. So this one going to be slider counter. So we're going to use this for set slider count. So we're going to use this one for the indicator, and this is going to be equal to useState, and then we're setting it to 0. All right, and after that we're going to declare another one. That would be the testimonial length. Okay, the testimonial length. So here we're going to say testimonial length. So we're going to say set testimonial length, and then we're going to set it equal to useState, and for this one we're going to set it to the length of the testimonial. So we get the testimonials thing. Where do we have it? Yeah, that is it here, these testimonials. So we're gonna get testimonials dot length. We're gonna assign it to the length. Let me get rid of it. This I don't need it. And then the last one is the interval ref. Right, that one we're going to be using for we're gonna be using it for the autoplay. All right, we're gonna be using this for the autoplay, and we're gonna be setting this one. Let me import this first of all. Const interval. Okay, sorry, it's equal to useRef, and then I'm gonna set it to null. All right, set it to null like this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is the function that we handle the next when we click on this next button, when we click on this next button, okay, when we click on the next button, we want it to go to the next item or the next slider. Let me refresh this. All right, so when we click on this, we want this to go to the next. But before this, we have to set the CSS property, the one I talked about earlier. We'll have to set the CSS property, and then after that we can continue. So, and we're going to do a little calculation on that. So what we're going to do is that we are going to ensure that we display one testimonial per time. We don't want to display up to this amount. We just want to display one per time. Okay, one per time, one per time, one per time. That's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be using this slider count. All right, we're going to be using the slider count. So what we're going to do now is that I am going to come right over here, down here, and now use the useEffect. All right, and have the arrow function inside of this place, and then under the useRef, we're going to get the slider. So we're going to say slider dot current. That's the slider with this one. Slider dot current dot style. That style is equal to, we're going to assign it to I'm going to use this literals, and I'm going to say transform. Here I'm adding CSS property, so I'm going to say transform, and then we're going to translate it x, and then we're going to have the slider count. So we want to get this slider count, and then we're going to multiply that slider count by minus 100, and then divided by the testimonial length. All right, testimonial length, and after that we are going to add percentage behind it, because it's going to be in percent, and we're going to be in percent. So at the end of that, we also want to add another property, which is the width. So the width is going to be the testimonial. The width is going to be, it's going to be the testimonial length here multiplied by 100. Add percentage to the end of it, something like this. And we have to reference the slider. So we look for this is the slider here, and then we're going to add ref. So we put it like this, ref is slider. So this is what we're referencing. So this is slider, this is it right here. So this is the one we are changing, we are transforming. So what I can do now is that I can go over to this place. It says testimonial useEffect is not defined. Okay, useEffect is not defined. That means we didn't import it, so I have to import the useEffect. Let me import it, save my file, go back, and go back to this, go back to, okay, so you can see now we have we only have one now. All right, and then this is not working yet because we've not written anything for it. All right, so this is not working. So what this calculation we did means that we want each of this testimonial to take, we just want to display one. So what it's going to do is that it's going to multiply the number of sliders we have. So each of the sliders is going to have about 25%. Each slider is going to have 25%. So the width will be determined by the number. So you can see here the width will be determined by the number, the length of the testimonial, total length of the testimonial multiplied by 100. So whatever we get is going to be in percentage. So if we have 7 testimonials, so it's going to be 7 multiplied by 100. That's going to be 700 percent. That's going to be the weight. Okay, going to be 700%. So what we did here was we get a slider count. The current slider count, currently the current slider count is 0. So we're going to say 0 multiplied by 100 divided by whatever we have here. All right. So that's what it will translate to. Whatever value it gives us, it will shift it to that element. So this slider counter represents the current slider or the current slide. All right, the current slide. Okay, so that's enough of that. So we go over to writing the function for the next button. When we click on the next button, we want to go over to the next one. So we want to say const handle next, and then we're going to assign it to an arrow function. So this arrow function is going to, so what we're going to do inside this arrow function is we're simply going to set the slider count. So we have the slider count here, so we're going to set this slider count, which is what we have here. We're going to set to so if this is at 0, of course, if the first one is 0 here, the slider count here is 0. So for the first element, we're going to display the first element. So it's going to say 0 multiplied by whatever we get here. So whatever you multiply by 0 is going to be 0. All right. So it will show the first count. Now, if this increases to 2, so we're going to have 2 here, and by the time you divide, it will shift it to the value we get here. So what we simply need to do when we click on the next is that we want to set the slider count. All right, but we are, first of all, we're going to get a previous, and then we're going to run a function here, an arrow function, and here we want to say const. All right, I want to say const new count is equal to prev count or prev. Oh yeah, let me put previous. So if the previous is less than testimonial length minus 1. All right, that means if we are at the end of second to the end of the testimonial, all right, what we want to do is that we want to assign are we here? So if we're here, we want to assign the new count to be equal to the prev count, else we return it to 0. 0 is the first one. All right, then we're going to return new count. Yeah, we're going to return new count. I mean, that's all we need to do here. So we'll go to and find our next button. Where's the next one? This one is left, this is right, so this is the right one. So we're going to add on click event, not on double click, on click event. So we're going to say handle next. Okay, so let's go over here and then refresh this and click on this one. Let's see if this works now. Oh, it's not working yet. Let's see why it's not working. Okay, let me go over to the inspect. Let me inspect this and know why it's not working here. It's not giving us any error message. Okay, let me verify that. Let's go over here and trace why it's not. Oh, okay. So the problem is that we are supposed to, anytime the count is updated, we want to run this again. Anytime the count is updated, we have to run this again. So we have to add this here as a dependency. So we want to say we want the slider count. So the slider count is going to be the dependency here. So whenever the value changes, we want to run this with a new slider count. Okay, so let's go over to our, I'm going to close this up and then refresh this page. So here I'm going to click the next button, still not working. Okay, let me see handle. Okay, let me handle next. Let me call it with an arrow function right here. So I'll click on this again. I'll go to next. It's not working. Why? Let me trace this. Let's go over here and check our function again. So if the new count is less than the testimonial length minus 1. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is, we are supposed to increment the count here, but we're still returning the same count. So if it's less than, or if it is less than this, we have to increment it. We have to increment the counter. So I think that's why. Yeah, I got it. That's why. So here we're going to click on this again. Still not working. Okay, let's check it again. Okay, let's check. Okay, I just wrote here console log .count to see if the count is increasing or not. So let's go over here. I want to check. I want to inspect this, and then I go to my console, and I'm gonna clear this off. So click on this. Yeah, the count is increasing, so something is wrong. Let me see where. All right, so this should be transform, not transform. So I'm gonna add s here, save it, and then go back to, and okay, so I think that's working. So click on this, it slides to the next one. Click on this, it slides to the next one, slides to the next one, slides to the next one, slides to the next one. Okay, so that's cool. All right, so we're going to write the next function, and the next function is going to be for the handle previous. All right, the handle previous function. So we're going to const handle prev, and then we're going to set it to an arrow function, and then this arrow function, what we're going to do is we're going to decrement. So we want to set slider count. Let me get rid of this. I don't want to be anymore. So set slider count, and then we're going to grab the previous value, right? And then we're going to say const new count is equal to, we want to check if the slider, if the current slider count, right, is greater than 0, right? If it is greater than 0, then we want to grab the previous count and want to minus it by 1. All right, if it's greater than 0, right? If the slider is not equal to 0, if it's greater than 0, we want to keep decrementing the counter. Else what we want to do is that we want to assign a new count to testimonial length minus 1. So testimonial length minus 1. All right, so we want to return new count. Okay, so what we're doing here is we first of all want to check here if the slider count, the current slider count is greater than 0, if greater than 0, that means that if greater than 0, we will assign the new count to be the previous minus 1. Else, if it's not greater than 0, then we go over to the end. That's what this means. Testimonial length minus 1. So if it is not greater than 1, that means if we are at the first slide and then you click previous, it will take you to the last slide. So from first slide to the last slide, that's what will keep happening. All right, so we return this and then handle preview. So we're gonna come over here and then say on click, we want to handle prev. Okay, we save that and handle prev. Did I spell that correctly? Yeah, that's correct. So we go over to our browser here. We're gonna refresh this, and when I click this, I click gets to the previous one, previous. So when it gets to the first one, it goes back to the last one. So for instance, here goes to the last one, from the first to last, from last to first. So the next one. Okay, so we've been able to complete this one. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to write a function to start the slider and then a function to stop the slider. Okay, and then what I mean now is we're going to go into the automation. Did I say automation? Yeah, autoplay, because now it doesn't autoplay, it doesn't do nothing. So all it does is only when we click on this or when we click on this. So we're gonna go over to autoplay. So for the autoplay here, we're gonna have two functions. First of all, we're gonna declare the first function, and that is the function that's gonna start this slider. So we're gonna say const start slider, and then we will assign it to an arrow function. And inside this arrow function, what we're simply going to do is we're going to use interval ref. Now remember, we have these const as interval ref. All right, this interval ref. So we're going to call it interval ref dot current. All right, equal to. So we're checking if it is equal to set interval. Right. Sorry, we are assigning it, not setting. We are assigning it to set interval, and then here we're going to use an arrow function. All right. So here we're going to set slider count, and then we're going to use arrow function here. We're going to check the previous. Right. If the previous is greater than, this is an arrow function. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const new count, and then we will say that new count is equal to a prev less than testimony. Here we're using the ternary operator to check. So if the previous value is less than testimonial length minus 1, if it is true, what we're going to do is we're going to slide to the next. So we're going to say prev plus 1, otherwise we'll return to 0. So what this is trying to check, all right, this thing, if you look at this, you see that it is the same with this. They're exactly the same. All right, what we did with handle this, they're just the same. Okay, so this one is going to start the slide. It's going to start with nest. Remember that the sliding we go from nest to nest, nest to nest. So we can simply copy this because it's going to run the next function. All right, it's going to simply run the next function, which we can just call the next function here. All right, I think that would be the right thing for us just to call the next function here. But let's just copy it first and then place it right here. You can see that they are the same. We just place it right here. All right, so this we get the slider started, but because of this set interval that we used here, we are going to set it at 5 seconds. That's going to be 5,000. So at every 5 seconds it's going to slide. Every 5 seconds it's going to slide. All right, so that's the first one. So the second function we're going to have is the function that's going to stop the slider when we hover over, over the testimonial section. So we're gonna set the const of stop slider, and then we'll assign it to an arrow function. And the arrow function, what we are simply going to do is that we're going to clear interval. Right, we'll just clear the interval, and the interval we're going to clear is going to be the interval dot current. Yeah, so remember that we assign this is the interval we assigned it, so we have to stop this interval. So once we stop it, it's going to stop sliding. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is the autoplay now. So we are going to command these two functions, and we're going to use the useEffect, sorry, not the useRef. And then here we're going to run an arrow function, and the dependency for this is going to be testimonial length. So if the testimonial length changes, so let's say another testimony is being added to the array. So if it's being added to the array, then we have to rerun. We want this to rerun. Okay, so the first thing we want to do here is that we have to start first. We have to start it. So we have to call the start function, which is the start slider. Okay, we have to call this function the start slider function to start the sliding. So we have to call this start slider, and then we'll call after that. We have to check when someone hovers over the slider. Now if I go down here, you will see this is the slider. Look at this ref, this is slider. So we want to check when someone hovers over this. All right, so we're going to add event listener to whenever someone hovers over this. Okay, so what we're going to do now is that we have to get the slider. We say slider dot current, and we're going to add event listener. So we add event listener to it. So for the event listener, we're going to be listening for mouse enter. So if the mouse enters, we're going to stop. We're going to stop the slider. All right, whenever the mouse enters into this testimonial section, like when you hover over it, we want to stop the slider. We don't want it to slide again, so we're going to stop it. We're going to stop the slider. All right, then we're going to add another one, slider dot current dot add event listener. We're going to add another event listener, and that one is going to be mouse leave. So when the mouse leaves, we want to start the slider again. So we're going to start slider. All right, okay, so we still have to return an arrow function to clear off this. So we want to stop the slider, and then also we want to say slider dot current dot remove event listener, and then that's going to be mouse enter, and then we're going to stop the slider. Okay, and then we also want to the slider dot current dot remove event listener on mouse leave. All right, so we want to start the slider. Okay, so I think we are almost done with the testimonial section. So let's go over here and we'll refresh this. All right, so let's see the it's still refreshing. So let's see if it's going to autoplay by itself. Okay, so you can see it autoplays. So let me place my mouse over here and then see what happens. I don't think this is working. But the mouse one is not working, but let's see why. Okay, I'm gonna place this over here and see. Okay, so you can see after I place my mouse here, it stopped. All right, it stopped. So let me move my mouse again and then see what happens. Okay, so you see it start autoplay again. Then if I drop my mouse here again, it stops. Okay, so this is really working as expected. It's working as expected, but the only problem I guess we have is the responsiveness. We have not written the CSS for the responsiveness, and also the slider count. These are the two things that are left that we need to take care of. Okay, let me see how responsive it is, if it is responsive or not. Oh, it's not responsive. Look at this. This is not looking real good. Okay, so let's go over to our testimonial.css and add some media query. All right, so we will come here and say this is our media query, and over here we are going to target some screen size. So the first screen size we're going to target is as media max width of 768 pixel, and then we're going to get the testimonials. So for the testimonials, we're going to make the width to be 100%. all right, and we're going to target the next screen. So the next screen we're going to target is at media at max width of 576. Let's say 576 pixel. So at 576 pixel, we want to get a testifier. So we want to say testifier flex direction is going to be column, and then we'll say justify content is going to be center. Okay, and we're going to select the testifier info. So for testifier info, we're going to get the width of 100%. all right, the width is going to be up to 100%, and then test align is going to be center. So after that, test align is going to be center. After that, we have to select the testifier info h4. all right, h4, we want to get the font size to be 20 pixels, and we're going to get the slide. all right, so for the slide, we see testimonials slider dot slide. Okay, so we want to get the margin to be 20 and 0. right, so after the slide, we have to get the content. So we want to select the slide dot content. So we want to get the width to be 85%. Okay, so we save this and go back to so you see it looks nice now. I mean, it looks more responsive. So it's responsive now, and all of these are working. all right, okay, so the next thing we're going to do, we have to know why the indicator is not working. I'm not seeing the indicator as well. Let's look into the indicator and see what is the problem with the indicator. So I'm going to select this and the entire div and get all the sliders, and then go to the indicator. Look at it here, indicators. Let's see, this seems to be there, but okay, let's verify and know what's wrong. Okay, let's see why. Okay, the indicators are not showing. all right, okay, let's go to the indicators, Control P, there's an indicator.jsx, go here, and everything should be okay. Oh yeah, so we did not import the CSS, the indicator.css into this place. So what we're going to do is we're going to import indicator.css. okay, that should do it. let's see if that shows up. All right, good. So we can see that the indicator is now showing. All right, so what we're going to do next is, if I click to the next, it stays the way it is. It just is static. So let's go into the slider. Okay, so I set it to 1, so we're going to be setting it to the slider count. Okay, so I'm going to remove this and say slider count. So it's going to be set to the slider count. All right, okay, so I think it's moving now. You can see we are close to second to the last one. This is the last one. It goes back to the first one. Okay, so the indicator is working and we have completed this section. I mean, if I go to check the responsiveness, you can go over here now, so you can see everything is working very fine. All right, guys, we're done with the testimonial section, so we'll be moving over to the next section. I'm going to close up this. I'm going to close up this, and I'll go to the components folder, and I'm going to create a new folder here, and I'm going to call this folder contact, and then I'm going to create a file inside that, call it contact.jsx, and then I'm going to create another file inside there. It's going to be contact.css. So we'll go over here, RAFCE, and then I will import the contact CSS. So say import contact.css. Okay, so here I'm going to add a class name. Class name is going to be contact us, and inside the class name we're going to add another div that's going to be contact contain another div, and I'll add another div with class name left. All right, so inside the left I'm going to add a h3 tag, and that's going to say need help. All right, after that I'm going to add a p tag, and the p tag is going to say get in touch. So get in touch with us. Okay. So then after this I'll add another div here, and that's going to be contact, and then inside this contact I'm going to add an image tag, and after that I'm going to add a p tag right here. So the p tag is going to be contact at onlineuniversity.com. all right, so I'm going to add another contact here. I'm going to add something like a contact here again, but this one is going to be it's going to be a phone number. So I'm going to add plus 333. This is not my phone number, so okay, so after that I'm going to add another contact here. So for the next contact I'm going to add here, I'm going to say this is going to be the location. All right, so I'm going to say maybe 77 Malin Street, and I will say California, USA. Okay, so after that, after this contact I'm going to add after this contact I'm going to add a div here with the class name social links. So in the social links I'm going to add 4 images. So I'm going to add image tag here, 1 2 3 4. all right, so after this I'm going to go out from the left and I will head over to the right. So I'm going to add a div with a class name right, and inside of that div I'm going to add a form. I'm going to add a form inside of here. So inside of this form I'm going to add a class name to this form. first of all, let me remove the action. So I'm going to add a class name for this form, and the name is going to be contact form. So inside of here, I'm going to add a label. The label is going to be name. All right, the label here is going to be name. So we have this like this name. Then after the name, I'm going to add an input tag. So input is going to be test, and then the name is going to be name. So name is going to be name, and then placeholder, give a placeholder there. Placeholder is going to be enter your name, something like that. All right, so that's for name. I'm going to add another one for phone. So name, so this one is going to be for phone, and this for phone here is going to be phone, and then here is going to be tel for tele. I can say enter your phone. All right, after that I'm going to add another one. I'm going to add another tag. So this one is going to be email, so I'm going to change this to email, and then the type is going to be email, and then the name is going to be email. I'm going to say enter your email. All right, so after the email, I'm going to insert message. All right, so inside here, I'm going to say label. Let me just grab this. Say label here. And label, this is going to be for message. So this is going to be for message, and for this message, we're going to use text area. So we're going to go to text area, and the name is going to be message. So we're going to add a codes. No, we're going to add rows. So rows is going to be about let's say 5. 5 would be too much. Yeah, let's leave it at 5. All right, so we're gonna have placeholder. So that's gonna be enter your enter. We can just say enter message, and here we can say enter email. Enter email, enter phone, enter name. All right, so after this, we're going to add a button. We're going to add a button, and the button is going to add a button with class btn, and then we're going to add a span to it, and then inside the span we're going to write send. So we have something like this. All right, so this makes sense. So the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to display when when the user clicks on this, we want to display a spinner that shows that it's loading, or it's sending. All right, so what we're going to do here, we will say we'll add an image here. All right, so after that, the next thing we're going to do is that once the request is sent and then response is received, we want to also have the response here. So we can have we can put a span with a class response. All right, and then I know we can say message sent successfully. We can say message sent successfully. All right, so this is going to be the markup. Now for all of these image tags, we're going to import all the necessary images that we're going to use. Okay, so the first one we're going to import is the phone icon. So remember when we added image for phone number, image for contacts, and then image for social links. All right, so we're going to import all of that. So we can come here and say import phone icon from this, this, and then we access the assets folder and we see the phone icon. Okay, we also want to import the mail icon from the same directory, and we can set our assets, and then we want to call the mail icon. What did I set that with? Yeah, mail icon.png. Seems that like I'm accessing the wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. From assets.mail icon. Alright. So we're going to import, after the mail icon, we're going to import the location icon from the same root directory. So we're going to call location icon. So after the location icon, we're going to start importing the social icons. So first we're going to export a Facebook icon from the same root, from the same directory. So assets, we're going to say here Facebook icon. So we're going to copy this into three more times. 1, 2, 3. So after the Facebook icon right there, we're going to import the Instagram icon. So after the Instagram icon, we're going to import the Instagram icon. We're going to import the WhatsApp icon. Then after the WhatsApp icon, we're going to import the Twitter icon. Right, so after the Twitter icon, we're going to import the Spinner icon. So we go import Spinner img, or we can say Spinner icon from some assets from these the assets just img. Okay, so we have imported all of these, and we have to get them across to the HTML tags. All right, so the first one we have over here is the mail. So this is going to be for the mail. We're going to say mail icon, and then we're going to relate this to the phone icon, and then this one is going to be location, icon, and then here we have for the social icons. So for the social icons, we have the Facebook icon, we have the Instagram icon, we have the Twitter icon, and then we have the WhatsApp. Icon. Okay, so after this, we have to insert this Spinner icon here. So there's a Spinner icon. Okay, so at this point, I think we are done with this. Let's go to our app.js, and then we're going to put the contacts here. I'm going to load it to the app.js and import. I'm going to import this class, save it, and then come over to our website, to the browser, and see what it looks like. So I don't seem to be seeing anything here, bro. What's going on? Oh, sorry, that was FC. I imported the wrong. I imported the wrong component. So this is what I'm looking for. components, contact. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, let me refresh the contacts. That's fine. Okay, so very good. We're going to scroll all the way to the bottom. All right, so we have all of this. We have our form, we have a spanner, we have the messages, we have all of this all stacked here. So what we need to do now is to go over to our CSS and style this, to make it look nice. All right, so let's go to contact the CSS. The first thing we're going to select is the contact us. So for contact us, we have margin top of 100, and then we have padding. We're gonna get 40, and the next one is gonna be 0. All right, so after that we're gonna add background. So background, we're gonna use linear gradient, and we're gonna use our secondary color variable over here, and we want to add 70% and 70% again. All right, we want to say var. We're going to use our primary variable, color variable, and then we're going to set it also to 70% right here. All right, so after that we're going to go into the contact container. We're going to select contact container. So inside the contact container, we're going to display it as flex. We want to align the item center. We're going to justify content space between. All right, and then we want to get a width of 60%. So the width is going to be 60%, and we're going to border radius of border radius of 30 pixels, and then background. So background color is gonna be our primary. No, let's use white. We're gonna use white color, our white color, and then we're gonna use padding of 30 pixels, and then we're going to use margin. Margin is gonna be all 2, and then we're gonna use box shadow. We have our box shadow variable. All right, so after that we are going to start the contact container the left, and then we're going to also do that for the right. We're going to install both of them at the same time. So I want to duplicate this, put this here, and then right, this one's going to be right here. So after that we want to say flex basis is going to be 48%. All right, so after that we want to go contact container the left. We want to target the h3, select the h3, and we want to style. We want to say font weight is going to be 700, and then after that we want to add font size of 30 pixels. So we're done with this. We will go to contact container the left, and then we'll try to get a p, the paragraph. When I say font size is about 16 pixels, that's what we're going to do with that font size of 16 pixels. Okay, so after that we will start looking at contact container, and we go into the contact. All right, so the contact, we're gonna display it flex. It's gonna be flex item. We're gonna say add line item center. We're gonna put gap of 20, and then lastly we want to say margin top. Margin top is going to be, let me make it 20. All right, margin top is going to be 20. Okay, after that the next thing we're going to select is the contact image, the image that are inside the contact. So we're going to say contact container, and then we're going to say contact and img. So this is going to be width of 20 pixels, and then 20 pixels. Then after that we're going to have the contact container, and we look into the social links. So we're going to start the social links. So for the social links, we're going to display them as flex, and we're going to align the item as center. We're going to have some gap of 20, and then we're going to have margin top of 30. All right. Okay, so after this we go over to the images inside the social link. So we want to say contact container dot social links, social links, and then we select the images inside of them. So for the width is going to be about 30 pixels, and then the cursor is going to be pointer. All right, so after that we want to go over to the contact form. So we want to say contact form, we want to select everything inside the contact form, and we want to display all of them as block. All right, so at this point let's take a look at what we have. Okay, let's go all the way to the bottom. All right, so you can see what we have so far. Yeah, this is what we've got. Okay, so we have this, and this is looking nice, but we need to start styling this and then take care of this image. Okay, let's go back, and we're gonna look into the text area. All right, so we want to say contact form text area, and then we want to say contact form input. So we want to say the width is going to be 100%. Width is going to be 100%. We want to say border is going to be 1 px solid ccc, that's the color code, and then we're going to put padding of 10 pixels. We're going to put border radius of 5 pixels, and then we're going to add outline to be none. We don't want any outline on that. And we want to say margin top is going to be 5 pixels, and then after the margin top we're going to say margin bottom to be 10 pixels. Okay, so after that we're going to style contact form text area. So for the text area, we simply want to say resize none. We don't want user to be able to resize the form, resize the text area. So the resizing is going to be none for now. And then we're going to say contact form, and we're looking at the button, the hover. When it hover the span, what we want to do is we want to see color. We want to change the color, and so the color is going to be our secondary color. Okay, and then we also go and look into the contact form, and then look for button. So for the button, we want the margin top to be 20 pixels, and we want the margin bottom to be 20 pixels, and then also lastly we want the right to be 0. So right is going to be 0. Alright, so after that we want to go to contact form again, and then look at the response that we're going to receive. So for the response, we're going to font weight is going to be about 600. All right, so after the response, the next thing we're going to take care of is the spinner, that's the image, or the spinning icon. So we're going to say contact form and dot spinner. All right, for the spinner we're going to have a width of 30 pixels. It's going to be 30 pixels, and then we're going to have animation. All right, because now we have to animate it. Wait, let me go over here and get rid of this. I want to show you something. We have to rotate it constantly. All right, so I think this is looking pretty good. I think we've not added CSS class to this. So the class spinner, let's go here and add class name. So class name is going to be, oh, that's not what I want. Class name is going to be spinner. All right, so let's go over here again and take a look at what we have. Okay, so you see it doesn't spine, so we want, when a user clicks on this to submit this form, we want this we want it to be spinning. All right, we want it to be spinning, so we're going to use CSS animation to do that. All right, so let's go back to our contact form. So here for the spinner, we're going to add animation. All right, so the animation is going to, the animation name is going to be, we're going to be spinning it, and the duration is going to be 2 cm linear, and then its duration count is going to be infinite. All right, we're just going to keep doing the job non-stop. Okay, so we're going to come down here and define the animation. So we're going to say keyframe, keyframe, and the identifier is spinning. All right, so we want to say from, all right, from we're going to say transform, and we want to rotate. So it's going to start rotation from 0 degrees, and it's going to go to from 0 degrees to we're going to say transform, and we're going to say rotate. You're going to rotate 360, so 360 DGE, that's 360 degrees. All right. So let's go. So you can see it's rotating constantly. All right, it's rotating. All right, so this is what we really want. I think our form is ready. Yeah, it's ready, but the only problem we have is this is not responsive. So if I go to a smaller screen and view this, let's go down. Yeah, you see that this is not responsive. You can see there's a horizontal scroll here, so it doesn't look good on mobile and the rest of that. So we have to make it mobile friendly. So what we're gonna do is, as usual, we're gonna declare let's say this is a media query. We're gonna write some media query, and down here we're gonna start with 10. We're gonna target the screen of max width of 1024 pixel. Okay, so 140, we're gonna say contact container is going to be, the width is going to be 80%, so we make it 80% right here, and then that's going to be all for at that screen. So we're going to target the next screen at media and max width of 768 pixel. But we're going to target another different screen, so we're going to say contact container. All right, for contact container, we're going to flex wrap it. So flex wrap is going to wrap. We want it to wrap. All right, so after that, we go to contact container left, contact container the left, and then we're gonna break this down, and then this is gonna be right. So put a comma here, right here now, there, here. All right. So we're gonna write a little. We're gonna say flex basis. It's gonna be 100%. Want each of them to fill their whole width. All right. We're gonna say contact form, and we're gonna add contact form. We're gonna what's going on? We wanna add padding top of 500 px. All right. I think that is it. So if I refresh this, we have this quite all right, and it makes sense. All right. So here I can decide to go and inspect this page to check the responsiveness. So if you look at this, you discover that the horizontal scroll is no longer there. All right. So we'll scroll to the end of the form, to the end. But this is too much. We have this all the way too much. That's supposed to be 50. With 500, that should be 50. So you can see it's nicely fitted in desktop. For mobile, it's responsive. But one thing we want to do lastly is to process this form, and now we're going to use the useReducer hook to handle this. All right. So one good thing about this section is that you're going to learn how to use the useReducer hook to to submit to get this data. All right. So let's get started. So we go to the top. We're gonna go to the top now. For us to get started for the useReducer, what we do is that we'll come right here, and then you go on to initialize it. So in initializing it, we want to say const. We use the state, and then a setter function is dispatch, and then we're going to set it to, it's going to be equal to useReducer, and two things are required, two parameters are required here. So the first parameter, if you look at, is the reducer itself, while the second parameter is an initializer, or the initial state. Okay, so let's get the initial state, and let's get the rest of that. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to come above the this function. So we want to say const initial state. So our initial state is going to be this object. Now we have the name field, we have the phone field. So we're going to set the name field to empty. We're going to set the, after the name field, we're going to set the phone field to empty, and we want to set the email to empty, and then we're going to set the message also. Message is going to be empty. Okay, yeah, that reminds me, please, if you enjoyed this video to this point, please subscribe to my channel for more videos. All right, thank you. You can share this with your friends and family, and then hit the notification bell so that you get more updates whenever we post more videos. Okay, so this is going to be our initial state. All right, and the next thing we're going to do is to get the reducer. So in the reducer, we're going to say cost form reducer, or we can say contact reducer, but let's use form reducer. So we say form reducer, and then for the form reducer, we're going to set it to an arrow function. So inside here, we're going to, this is going to take two parameters. The first one is the state, while the second one is the action. All right, so with this, we can now come over here and pass, first of all, pass the reducer. We can say form reducer, and then the second one is going to be the initial state. What did I call it? Initial state. Okay, I didn't add. Yeah. Okay, so this is how it works. All right, so we're setting this to be the reducer. Now we can console log this state variable. All right, so we can come here and say console.log state. All right, let's see what is inside the state. Okay, let's go here and inspect this page and see what is inside the state variable. All right, so we have an object. If we open the object, we have email, we have message, we have name, and we have phone, and all of these are empty. Okay, since we have this object, so we are going to link this the state variables to, we're going to bind them to this input field. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to close the left so that we can easily access the form. So for here, we're going to say that the value of this is going to be state.name, because there's a name state there. So we will say also here that the value is going to be state.phone, and then here we're also going to set the value to be value is going to be state.email. All right, state.email, and then for here we're going to also add a value attribute, and it's going to be state.message. All right, so if I come to the form now, you're not going to see anything here because they are all set to empty object. Empty. The values are empty, so none of them will stay up here. But now if I go to this and change the name to something like change it to something like code with Cassidy. All right, if I change it to code with Cassidy as the name, let me refresh this. So right here you can see code with Cassidy. All right, so it's being binded to to this form. But I'm going to remove this for now. This is not how we're going to process the form. So what we want to do now is when a user types into this field, we want to get the value the user typed in and then set it to the state variable. All right, and set it to it. So how we're going to do this now is we're going to do that all the logic is going to be inside of our inside the reducer. All the logic is going to be inside the reducer. So what we're going to do now is that we'll come to the reducer and we want to use the switch case statement, and in the switch we want to check the action.type. This action, we want to check the type. So in this form, we're going to have two actions. The first action is when we want to set the value, you know, to the, we want to set a value to the field, or we want to clear this form, or want to reset the fields. So these are the two actions that we can carry out here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to check case. Is the case, what's the case? Is the case set field. We want to check set field. All right. So if it is set field, what we're going to return something. What are we going to return? We're going to return, first of all, the previous. We're going to copy the previous state. All right, whatever we already have in the state, and then we're going to check the field that the user is typing in. All right, so we have to get action.field. Sorry, I have to do this action.field. This is going to capture the field name. I mean, it's going to get this field name. It's going to get this. This is what we're going to be looking at, this field name. So we'll capture this field name. All right, the field name is going to be here, and then we're going to assign it to the value that follows it, this value, whatever the value is. So we're calling here, we will come here and say action dot value. All right, so this is basically what we're going to be returning. I mean, this will do the job. Okay, so another instance that we are going to set is to when we want to reset all the form field. All right, so by this time this name might have changed to something else, this phone might have changed to something else, and the email might have said something else. So if we want to change, maybe when we submit the form, we want to clear the form. So in that case, what we are going to do, okay, let's take it one step at a time. Let's leave that for now. Okay, so having done this, what we're going to do is we're going to come down here, over here, down here, and we're going to declare a function, a variable called handle change, and we're going to assign it to an arrow function, and that arrow function is going to, what it's going to do is that we're going to add e right here. So what this e does, we are going to use the e to get the name and the value, the name and the value. All right, the name and the value. So that's what we're going to use the e to do. All right, so we can get that. We can using the structuring. All right, we can say const. We want to get the name and we want to get the value. All right, from we're gonna get it from e.target. E.target. Okay, so e.target. Now I'm going to console log. I'm going to console log the name and the value for you, so that when I click on or when I tap on any of them, so I will come to the name here. I will attach this on change event. So I'm going to say on change. When there's any change, that means when a user is typing in on change, we're going to call the handle change function. All right, so let's go back to this. I'm going to refresh the whole of this and get rid of all the error messages. All right, so for the name, I will click here and try to type in something. So you can see the name is the first letter I type. The name is name, that's the name of the input field, and the value is S. So this time I'm going to type A. So you see A, type A, F, 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 F. So whatever you type in is you're going to see that. All right. Okay, so at this point we have been able to get the name, and also we've been able to get the value. So what we're going to do is, remember here we are looking at the name right here, the field which is the name, and then the value, which is the value we are getting, the value we are getting from this point. All right, so what we're going to do next is that we're going to use we're going to call the setter function, and then the setter function here is the dispatch function, the dispatch. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to call the dispatch, the setter function, and then we're going to tell it the type of action that we are taking. But here, this is the action we have here, so we're going to copy this action from here. So this is the action we are taking. We copy this and we bring it to this point. All right, so here we put comma. Now what this means is I want you to run whatever statement that is right inside of this, whatever statement that is right in there. So if the action here matches with this, whatever that is inside of that inside of this that case, you have to run it for me. But let's not forget, we have to add the default. So in default, we're going to return this state, return state. Okay, so having done this, so what we're going to do next is to actually set the, sorry, we're going to type here because this is an object. We're going to have type. So this is what a type is, and then after the type, we're going to look at the field because we have a field here. We have a field right here. So we're going to say field. So the field is going to be equal to name, and then we're going to look at value. Value is equal to going to be equal to value. But in this case, we might just remove this and just write value. I mean, it works. All right, it works. So what we're going to do is whenever we type, we're going to console log the state here. The state is already here, so we're going to be console logging the state, and then we see what the values are. So we're going to come down here, select this and this one, and then also this one. So what we're going to do now is we want to say on change, we want to handle the change. On change, we want to handle the change. Okay. So let me refresh this. So if you look right here at the console, this is the initial state. So at the initial state, the name is empty, all the fields are empty. But we'll go to the name field and try to type in something. So you see that the name field has something in it. All right. If you look very well, you see that the name field has something in it. At every time I'm typing, I mean, it's really going in. You can see that it's really going in. Okay. So we're not done. We are still on this. So here, what we're going to, we are checking the type. The type is set field, and then we're getting a set field, and this is incorrect. No wonder it was giving me that error. So this should be field. All right. So we can come here and just clear this off and see. Let me refresh this page again. So here we have this. Okay, so we can see that we have this SW. So this is SW, SWW, SWW. So it's holding the state. You can see as I am typing, it's updating the state. Okay, it's updating the state. So you can see the final one, we have the name to be this, form to be this, email to be this, and message to be this. So now we now have all the value. All right, this is when we're setting it to. Okay, so another thing we can do is when we want to reset the fields. So if we want to reset the fields, we can come here and see another case. So the case can be reset. Reset field. So if this is true, sorry, this is an error. If this is true, we want to return the initial state. So we'll get it back to the initial state. Right. Okay. So I'm going to save this and go back here and refresh. So this will set it back to the state. So with this, we've been able to get all the state variables. But we're going to do the submit. We're going to try to submit it, and then so I'm going to come down here and declare another variable const, and that will say handle submit. So I'm going to send it to an arrow function, and then I'm say e dot prevent default. Prevent default. All right. So what I simply want to do is that I want to console log the state to know what has been typed in. All right. So okay, so I'm going to remove this. I don't want to be consoling until when the button is clicked. So I'll go straight to the form, and I'm going to add on submit event to the form. Okay, so I'm going to go to the form here, and I'm going to say on submit. I'm going to say handle. Hey, what's this? I'm going to say handle submit. All right, I'm going to say handle submit. So I'll go back to the website. I'm going to refresh this, and I think everything should be okay. What's this? Line state is not defined. Let me see where the problem is coming from. Saying state is not defined. Okay, that's a mistake. You know, this should not be outside. The handle submit should be inside of this. Okay, very good. So it goes up. All right. So what I'm going to do, hey, what is this again? Okay, let me refresh this again, and that works. Okay, so let's go straight down and right here. So I'm going to use a form filler to just fill. Where's my form filler? Okay, right here. So I'm just using the form filler, and then it has all of this information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on send. So when I try to send, look at this, it consoles the name. You can see the name, this. So we have all of this. Now, in order to bring the reset field, the second action, which is the reset field, once the form is submitted, we can reset it. Okay, we can reset it, and that means when we reset it, we can't console log it again. You know, so when we console log it, we can still do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call the dispatch again, which is the setter function. And now here, the type is going to be reset. It's going to be reset field. All right. So it's just going to be simply reset field and nothing much. Now we're not passing in any data, so we just want to reset. So we want, what this happens is that when you submit this form and then this is triggered, it's going to check the type of action you passed on. So in this type, I passed this action, so it's simply going to return this. It's going to set all the states to the state variables to nothing. All right, so let's go back here, and then here I'm going to click on this again. So you see it console log this, and then it gets rid of them from inside of this place. All right, so we are gonna talk about how to submit this form, but now for now we are going to take care of these messages, submission, and a little of this. Okay, so what we're going to do next is to declare some variable. All right, we're going to declare some variable that will help us to set the message, and then also to know when to show the message and when to show the spine, the spine. All right, so we will go right over here. So the first state we're going to say const, we're going to call message response, or sorry, we're going to say is loading first. Is loading, so we're going to say set is loading, and then it's going to be equal to the useState, and then we're going to set to false. That means it is not loading. All right, so the second one we're going to declare is the message response. So we're going to say set message response, right? And then we're going to set it to useState, and then it's going to be null. There's nothing's going to be inside of it. Okay, so So after that, we're going to do some dynamic display. All right. So what we're going to do is that for the spinning, what's the spinning? Okay, this one we have here. So we are going to check when to display. We're not just going to display at any time. So we're going to check if it's loading. All right, it's loading. If it is loading, all right, if it is loading, then we're going to display it. So if this is loading, we're going to just cut this and place it inside of here. Then else, if it's not, if nothing is loading, then we just return no. All right, that's going to handle this one for us. And then for the message response, we also have to know when to display the message. Of course, it can't just be here. So you can see that the spinning the spinner is disappeared. And now we have to know when to display this message or not. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the message response to take care of that. So here, what we're going to do is that we're going to check if there is any message. All right. So we're going to say message response. All right. If there's any message response, so if there is any message response, then that is when we're going to display this. We're going to cut it and display it here. But else, if there's no message response, all right, we're simply going to return no, because there's no message response. All right, so this is just it. So let me go over here and see. So now there's no message response, and also now we are not submitting anything. Okay, so when we click on this, we want to show the spinning, and then when we receive response, we want the spinning to disappear, and we want the what do they call it? We want the message to show. So what we're going to do now is that when we submit, it's gonna be falling under submit and handle submit. So when we submit, we are going to set, first of all, we're going to set is loading. All right, we're going to set is loading to true. So when we try to submit, we're going to set it to true. So if I go over here, so when I click this to submit, let me refresh this page first. So if I click here, then this comes up. It set this to true, and then when I receive response, this should disappear while the message from the back end comes up. Okay, so but now how are we going to handle this form? All right, so we're going to use simple. We're going to use simple 2 and web form. We're going to use web 3 form to handle this stuff. So what we're going to do is I will go to my browser, and then I'm going to type web3 forms.com. Oh, my internet is not connected. Let me go. Okay, so we're going to use a web3. So you can go to web3forms.com, and when you go, you create an account and then copy your access code, and then I'm going to show you how you're going to integrate it to your React app. Okay, of course, here you can see if you're using simple HTML, you can just create your HTML. You get the access key, create your HTML, and then add post here, and then make sure that you have these. Your access, the name is going to be access key, and then you pass your access key here, and then just write post it. Everything is going to work. I mean, it's really simple. It's really simple. There's nothing complicated in it. But the most important thing is for you to have your access token. I think when you sign up, they should send it to your email or something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to access this, but my network is really a little down. But I don't know. It's a little down. I can't really access it. But this is how you can do it. If you can just get your access code. So I've already gotten my access code. So what I want to do is, instead of having this into my HTML, I'm gonna copy this into my into the state variable. All right. So what I'm going to do is I will go over here, and then I'll paste it right here. Now you can create an env file and paste this right into there, but I don't want to do that. I just want to do this straightforward. All right. I just want to do this straightforward. So once you're done, we come over after submitting, getting your own access key. You come over here, and under submit. All right, after setting the loading here to we're not going to run this dispatch now. It's after we get a response that we're going to run it. So what we're going to do is that we want to set the message. As we're setting the is loading to true, we want to set the message in case we have previous message. So we want to set message response. We want to set message response to empty or to null. We want to send it to empty string. All right, so after that, what we're going to do is that we're going to convert our state to JSON. So we're going to say const, we're going to call it JSON. JSON is equal to JSON the stringify, and then we pass our state variable here. Just pass our state variable. Okay, that's gonna do it. So the next thing is we're gonna say const response. So response is gonna be equal to await fetch. All right, we're gonna fetch. So https://api.web3forms.com/submit. all right, so after doing this, what we're going to do is that we're going to pass the method. So we're going to say that the method is going to be the post, because we're trying to post, and then we're going to pass the headers. All right, so yeah, so for the headers here, we're going to say that for the headers, we're going to say that the content type is going to be application, so JSON, and then we're going to set the accept. So it's going to be application.json. Okay, so we're going to come out of this, and then for the body, the body is going to, we're going to pass a body, and then we'll pass our data here, the JSON data that we had. So after this, we're going to what is my so we're going to say that then we're going to chain the then function to it. So we want to say that if this happens, then we want to get the response. All right, we want to get the response, and so if we have a response, whether the response is it's a positive response or a negative response, or whether it is a success or error, we have to set the loading to false. Okay, so what we're going to do now is that we're going to say set is loading equal to false. So this loading is going to be equal to false, and then we're going to return the response.json. okay, so this is what what we're going to return. And the next thing we're going to do is that after this, still inside the function, all right, still inside this function, okay, this is giving me an error. It says await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Okay, yeah. So what I have to do, I have to say here async. All right, so that should go away. that should go away. Why am I async? Okay, that was not correct. Why is this giving me an error again? Let me see. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So still inside the function, after we get in the response, so we want to check if the response was successful or not. All right, but we can start to console log the response. First of all, we can start to console log the response so that you see what the response looks like. So here we will check. We're gonna console log the response. Whatever the response we'll get, we're gonna console log it. So we're gonna say console log response. So response. But then after that, we want to check if the response, if response.success. So if we have response.success, all right, if we have response.success, that means it went successfully. So we want to set the message response, all right, to anything we want. But in this case, I want to say message was sent successfully. That's what I want the user to see. Okay, so after this, after the message is successful, I can now play off the form. So this is where I will now get this and take it up here. So after the message is sent successfully, that is when I will clear up this. So else, if the message is not successful, if it is sent successfully, I want to set the message to message not sent, and I want to tell the user, please try again. All right, okay, that's that to it. I think we're done with this. So we're gonna run this. I already opened my my email because you're going to receive this to your email. So I already opened my email, and then I'm going to see if this is going to land in my email or not. All right, so we'll go back to our application, variant application, and we're going to test it out. Okay, so it's saying set message is not defined. Set that should be set message response. Why did I make that mistake? Set message response. All right, set message response. Okay, so right here we have this up and running, and my email. Okay, so my email. Okay, this is the last notification I received. And let's go here and test it out. So this time I'm going to say my name is Code Cassidy. Then my phone number is just any random number here. I'm gonna put it right here. And then my email is gonna be called cassidy@gmail.com, but this is not my email address. I want to say this message was sent to you from your React app, something like this. So I'm going to open the console.log because we are going to console log the response, so we want to see what the response is like. Okay, so here, okay, we're done with this. I'll go over to my console, and then the console is empty, so I'm going to click on this. Say fail to execute fetch on window request with get head method cannot have body. Type error, request with get head method cannot have body. Okay, and then call back. So let's test it again and know if that works or not. Okay, I'm going to use my form filler, and I'm going to send this again on cut promise execute fetch on window request with. Okay, let me verify this. This could be from the API. Let me verify and know why it's not working. Okay, so here, okay, I think here we have method. This method, I spelled method, so it should be method. All right, save that. It's a typo error, and then I'm gonna refresh the form again, and then go over again to the console. So over here in the console, I'm going to go straight to the form, and then in the form I'm going to fill this form again, but this time around I'm going to fill this. I'm going to change the message. I'm just going to say that this message was sent from your React app website for online university. Okay, so I'm gonna have this as the message. So click on this so you can see that this is loading. Okay, it's a message sent successfully and the field is being cleared. So I'm gonna go to my console. So you see the success. It says success. So the response has a success. Okay, and it's even have a message, the email sent successfully, but I don't want the user to see email sent successfully, so that's why I had to use my own message. So let me go over to my email to see if I received it. So here it is. Let me open this and see if that is what I typed. Okay, let me see, the image is loading. All right, so it says any form has been submitted to your website. See details above, see the name. Okay, so it's the message. This message was sent from your React app website for online university. Okay, so we've been able to complete this part of the application. So the last thing we're going to do is to create the footer, and then the footer will be the last thing. Okay, and that will be the last thing. If you have followed this video, this tutorial to this point, I want to congratulate you. I believe you learned a lot. Please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Click on the like button, click on the notification bell so that you get more updates. We are going to be dropping more videos on React, so you get more updates. If you have a question, we want you to comment it down below. And thank you. Okay, so we're going to close this. We are done with it. So we're going to close this. We are done with it. So the next thing we are going to do is we're going to close this a little bit, and then we'll go to our source folder, go to components, and then we're going to create footer. We're going to create footer, and then inside our footer we're going to have footer.jsx, and inside there, so we're going to have footer.css. right? So we're going to link our CSS to excuse me. So we're gonna RAFCE, and we're going to this is the load up. Okay, so right here, and I'm going to import. I'm gonna import the footer.css. Okay, so the footer is gonna be a very minimal one. So we're gonna add class name here to. I'm gonna say the class name is gonna be footer, and we're gonna add copy. I'm gonna say add copy and copy. All right, and we're gonna say 20, 20, 20, 25, and say online university. All right. Alright, reserved. Okay, that's gonna be off our footer. Okay, so we go to our CSS and just style the footer. Okay, so for CSS we're gonna have footer here, and then here we're gonna say text align is gonna be center. No, that's not what I want. Text align is gonna be center, and we're gonna have the padding top will be 20. We're gonna have padding bottom will also be 20, and then we're gonna have background is gonna be black color, right? It's gonna be black color, and we're gonna have color. The color is gonna be white color, and then we're gonna have border top. So border top is gonna be 5px solid var. We're gonna use our white color. Okay, so that's all. So we go to our app.js and we're gonna mount it. So we're gonna add a footer here. All right, so here we come right down here, and okay, that's the footer. I'm gonna bring it in and save this. go straight to the application. We're going to scroll to the end of the page. I'm going to refresh this. Alright, so we're going to scroll to the end of the page to see what it looks like. Our footer. What's going on? We can't see our footer. Why? What's wrong? Did I not include the footer here? We have the footer here, footer.jsx, footer.css. What is the CSS file? So why is it not showing up right here? Let's refresh this again. What's wrong? Okay, let me get rid of this tower. What is the that I added to? Oh yeah, this tower. I think I'm done with it. I don't need it anymore. So save this, go back to and refresh. We can still see our footer. Wait, did I import the correct footer? Let me check. Yeah, that's the correct one. Components, footer. Okay, let me check what's wrong. Okay, let's check. Alright, let's check our index.css and see the black color we define. Oh, black color we added opacity. Alright, so we're gonna remove this. We're gonna move 2 to make it black, or we can just have it like 3. Okay, so that's gonna do it. So go back. Oh yeah, we have it right here. So I'm gonna refresh this page. You can see our footer. Okay, I want to congratulate you if you have stayed to this point. So I'm going to inspect this page and I'll go over to the responsiveness. You can see it is very responsive. So guys, I want to thank you for staying to the end of the video, and I hope you have learned a lot. Please keep your eyes on our channel. We're going to be posting more videos and we're coming up more tutorials on React. Like we said before, if you have not subscribed to our channel, please subscribe to this channel. Click on the notification bell so that you'll be the first person to be notified when we post new videos. And don't forget to always check back. If you have any question, have any suggestion, or you have any request, please comment down below. Thank you.